Bay Street. Good question. Being a Friday, I've been very, very cautious to the upside, but then realizing how this market is set up to move higher. So I came in today, and I said, you know what? I'm going to concentrate more on the short-term up and downs and stuff. But overall, I'm coming in today kind of bullish. I'm coming in with the note that they have the shorts on the kind of like, I even took a put the other day, because I felt that it would be a good hedge, but it went right through that. It just, and then if you took puts yesterday, you got to, and today, going into Friday, a third process right now, expecting a rug pull. I think the market's thinking that too, and it's going to continue to move higher and kind of squeeze this a little bit higher. It just seems to go to extremes on both sides of the coin here, or the table, whatever. But I think, once we get through, they said possible meeting on Sunday. So I don't know if we're going to get an update, or have we had an update on that today? I think, who was it who came out with that? Was that the McCarthy said that possible decision by Sunday, or they could reach an agreement by Sunday? And when it comes down to it, they can't really do it. They're talking. I don't know what the 14th or what amendment prevents the government from defaulting, or gives the president the power to.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio.
But
Sign
there's
up
apparently
completely
some
for free
amendment.
with no credit card. You can try
And
out
it
all
does
of our
something,
services
and
for 10 days
this is
at
just all
dtr.tv /free.
back and
Thanks for
forth
listening
rhetoric
and have a great day.
Posturing and positioning for the election. Who can make the other one look bad? It's always political in nature. 42.98 would be perfect, Bay Street, right? That would be that big 38. I mean, that would be almost a textbook level. It's almost too perfect, right? But you know what? With that said, it'll be hard for me not to take. If we have a little run today and we have some good profits, like we already got some profits in ISRG and Cleveland Cliffs, and if the paychecks continues to run and we start getting really good profits, maybe even back in the AbbVie, I wouldn't be against taking them off, because what happens Sunday if they say no, nothing resolved? How do we open up on Monday? Probably not much. I mean, again, the whole overall consensus is this will be dealt with. We've seen it before. We know the tricks of the trade. So market's looking, that's my overall opinion. I think we can move higher, and I would look for that. But I would like to take profits today. I would like to get that opportunity to take good profits, like a gift. Oh, CLF? All right, well, let's take a look at that. Because I know I'm up on it. So we're in at 14 and change. Where is it on my board here? It's 15 and what did I get in at? 1468, and I also have the I have some calls in this. And 1511. 1511 is another. All right, so we have profits in this. We have good profits in it. I looked at it yesterday for a bit, and again, the only thing I see bad about this is it's a slow-moving stock. All right, and getting a profit on it, getting something on it on the right side, that's great for this market, and we are approaching overbought levels. And the logical thing says every time we get overbought, the odds of a reversal are close by, unless this is the ultimate bottom. All right, so I compared this with U.S. Steel, another steel company, and a very similar thing. I noticed they both were pulling back here from March to May here. All right, so it looks like an industry-wide pullback in steel. This is basic material. It says steel. I'm not 100% on what Cleveland-Cliffs does. Is it like, is it a smelter or they make steel, pure steel like some other U.S. Steel. I don't know what they do exactly in the steel industry, but whatever it is textbook, just like U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is starting to rotate back up against the 20. That's that's where we ran into problems the last time. We're not overbought yet, but there is some levels. You'd love to catch these on a divergence here. This was a 9-3 divergence right here. See a little mark here, and that candle was lower low.
You are
this is
listening
definitely
to
a higher
Day
low. It's a
Trading
very
Radio.
shallow one. It wasn't
Sign
a
up
steep one, which
completely
we
for
like to
free
see.
with no credit card. You
Steeper
can try
ones.
out
But this is
all of our
this is
services
a
for 10
stock
days at
that tends to react good on these
DTR.tv/free.
bottoms.
Thanks for listening
It
and
looks
have
like
a
a bigger
great day.
bottom forming right here. So with that on U.S. Steel, the CLF, longer term, I like it. Shorter term, you're probably getting closer to, I thought we could get through, $16 would be a good target on this right now for me. Let me see what else. Any other questions in the room here? How did Deere go? I was listening to that Deere was going to come out with earnings this morning, and I almost pulled over and tried to put in an order on my phone after hours to buy some shares, because I was listening to an article, listening to an analyst talking about what they're doing with autonomous stuff, and I said, that autonomous vehicles are perfect for farming equipment, and how just having a tractor, because it's not like you're even dealing with traffic or anything. You're just dealing with squares and stuff like that. And they have that Roomba, vacuum that won't break it, won't bump into anything. It'll bump it. Same thing with these big, harvesters and water and feeders and pickers and tractors all over the farm. You don't need anybody in it anymore. So Deere makes those, and that's what I like about that. Looks pretty good. Deere looks pretty good here. Hard sometimes to look at these as a longer term play, because I know I'm not going to be in it really long term. The things we do here really kind of are 5 to 7 days. Sometimes hold them longer. Cheap ones that we really believe in, like the ADMA. I have big positions in the ADMA and some Seabird still, and things that we don't really look at too much until they finally go. But I don't see myself. I would see myself getting into Deere for about 7 days, 14 days, getting this pivot, getting out, finding something else. Give me a pivot and a run. Give me the biggest profits in the shortest amount of time. LSPD here. What time is it? 8:37. There's a couple things I gotta do. LSPD. Lightspeed, yeah. I've seen this before. Had that big pop and then a reversal. I don't know if they had a pop on news and then they did some kind of offering. I don't know what the this was earnings. I guess we have to see a couple more candles to see if we start to trend back up, and this starts to turn back up. It would probably be, I would consider that a pretty decent chance of that being a better divergence. And it's not a perfect divergence, but for whatever reason, if this started trending back up and this turned back up, you would have that argument that this could be a decent bottom. But it's the way this stock has been heading, you better be sure, because it just looks like it's a damaged goods until. I'd rather find something at $1.30, $4, and knowing that my downside is limited to that amount versus $13 in a stock that's been going down. Light speed. Let's take a look at the SPX here. I mean, we could get a nice runaway rally here. That's the daily. Daily actually looks quite strong. Just crossed back up recently. Weekly's been up there. What's the big black swan event that's going to crush this market, if there is one? I feel the market's filled with anxiety at this point. But that's just me. Alright, let's
You are listening
make sure
to
my
Day Trading
accounts are open
Radio.
here. I wanna
Sign
see if
up
we can
completely
do some
for free
trading.
with no credit card. You can try out all of our services
I'm
for
looking
10
back
days
at
DTR.tv
pull up my chart here.
/free.
It's not connected yet, but
Thanks for
it
listening
just
and
shows
have a
me the
great day.
divergences. And I'm just looking at how impressive that is. That's pretty nice look at things. And again, just having that tool at your fingertips is good enough. I mean, basically every dip you had a little upside. Sometimes it got a little choppy and it didn't move, but like I said yesterday in this video, which I want to get out to you, I was doing some extra studies on the quad rotation last night, and I was looking back at the history of them and how long they on average took to get into a positive trade. And I would say 90% of them took less than 10 minutes. I mean, within 10 minutes, if you weren't trending up, you could actually put a time stop on that. And what I mean by that is I would just mark down all these. I don't have the chart. Again, I want to put out the video. I have it all on the video today for you. I already have it, so I'm not going to go into it again. But look at that. Look at the rock bot right now. The 1 minute and the 5 minute are identical. This is, I better not have the 1 minute on both of them. No, that's the 5 and that's the 1 minute. But look at again, this is 750 to 820. All right. About half an hour, 30 minutes between these two signals. Big signals. And then here's the 5 minute. This one happened at 3 o'clock in the morning. And this one happened at 6 o'clock. 3 hours. 3 hours difference. Interesting. All right. Got a great email last night. This guy, member Josh out there. Appreciate your email talking about the rock bot and stuff. I might like to want to share that. I won't say who you are. But it was such a nice, working on these things and seeing them start to work and seeing how we could work as a team. Two great tool sets that we could use, and I'm not even giving credit to the tradeometer, which is, this is the tradeometer right now. I mean, look at this. This is pretty good on the dips. And again, remember, this is a hyper scalper thing. So you get the pullbacks after you get the signals, and you're not holding these more than 5 points. This is a hyper scalper based off the 1 5 minute time frame. So it's almost comparable to a quad rotation, but not exactly. But that is where, they overlay that with the rock bot. What was I going to show you guys? Orlando. That is a kind of a question that cannot be answered because, as I explained in all the videos, in this video too, and I don't know what I should share first. Let me see if I could find this fast. Let me keep an eye on the markets here too. So I just got this. I want to play it. It made me really happy, so I'm going to just share it. And I appreciate it. I won't say the names. Hey John, I'll keep this short as possible. But I have to know that you know this because all too often these days I feel people just do not show gratitude when and where it should be. I started listening to you back in 2007-ish when I was around 24 years old. I was always drawn to the markets but had no clue. I learned everything from your show. You really got me started, man. And then I had to take a new job.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio.
And then I decided,
Sign up completely for free
that I
with
need
no
this
credit
in my
card.
life.
You can try
I want to
out
be a
all of our
trader, nothing
services
else.
for 10 days at DTR.TV/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
I just scrolled up here by mistake. This anymore. And nothing else. So I took a job as a garbage man just so I could listen all day through my phone and keep myself learning and being immersed in the markets. Haha. Well, fast forward to today, and I just turned 40 this year. I've always said I'm going to retire when I'm 40. I didn't know how, but always said I would. Well, after years of studying your methodology, I have to scroll down here. In 2 years study, with Huddleston, in 3 more months, that dream will now be a reality. I wrote a few ninja scripts that trade strategies using the 9 EMA, 7 EMA, 20 EMA, and MACD and stochastics, and was doing very well at about 2,000 per day. Then I thought, man, John has the rock bot. What if I incorporated this as well? And I knew you weren't one of those trendy one-off scams since I've been listening for years and years and years. So I thought, why not make the investment in myself and pay, and if anything, pay you back for all the years of knowledge gained. Well, buddy, I am now consistently making $3,000 to $5,000 per day with the script running alongside my manual trading in my personal account. I actually, trust me, I just messed up. Anyway, let me say, it's a long email. Scripts, my manual trade-in. I actually filed for my articles of organization today with the state to start my own firm and run a small private fund for my closest friends and family, so I could bless them as well, and plan to start a YouTube channel to help teach others as well. I just want to let you know how fucking grateful I am for you, Paul, your show, and just everything in general, man. Thank you for all the years of knowledge shared. I hope one day there's a trading convention, we meet up and actually shake your hand and thank you in person. I can't listen to the show still as of yet because of my current job is all consuming, but trust me, in 3 months after I retire to run my firm, I'll be rocking DTR in the office as I'm trading. My parents will be buying a lifetime subscription while your sale is running, as they cannot believe my results. And I want them to set up a machine and pay them back for a lifetime of great parenting. Keep up the great work, man. Side note, the 2-minute time frame has been my bread and butter with the Rockbot scripts. On all of them. You the man. All the best. Josh. So that was really good. On the accuracy, so I emailed him back, told him how I appreciated the email so much. It hit me in a really good spot, and it made me really it was a great thing to hear. But I also told him, when it comes to the Rockbot, it does have a weakness, and that is a strong trending market. And understanding strength in the market is probably more than half the game. When the market is giving you big, choppy, sideways trades, then you could set your parameters to take advantage of those. But if the market is trending strong down and we're not bouncing past the 20-period moving average, or we're not bouncing past the VWAP each time, we kind of trend down, and you see the slopes and the moving averages and everything spread out, and you have that overhanging pressure in the market, you have to adjust that Rockbot to take advantage of that situation, meaning give it more time on the short side. Don't expect big profits on the long side. So if you're looking for 8 ticks or 10 ticks or 16 ticks on your first target, move it down to 3 to 4 ticks. You'll get those 3 to 4 ticks because of the trade the divergence that do work, even in a situation where it gets overpowered, but it doesn't give you the movement that you would want in a kind of an equal tempered market. So if you took those in consideration, you can never plan for those. You can't do a back test and say, well, these conditions I want to run these parameters, and these conditions I want to.
You are listening to
could.
Day Trading Radio.
I mean, it takes a lot of programming,
for
a lot of input of different indicators and how you want to set that up.
For 10 days at DTR.TV.
But again, what I always talked about the
listening
Rockbot, and the original reason I developed that is because I wanted to trade these setups overnight. I wanted to put it on my laptop and put it next to my bed, as a true trader would do, and and have Rufus wake me up in the night saying, divergence, and I would look at the divergence. If it was a good 5-minute divergence, I'd probably take a trade and put a stop, and then, because I would look, each day in my research, I'm preparing. I'd love to prepare for the next day. I love doing this. So you do something you love, you end up doing it all the time. You love fantasy football. You're probably at work doing fantasy football. So at night, you're trying to tweak things and fix things and doing research and stuff. Anyway, the original reason was to be identified by these. It's always going to be hard to maintain a strict, win-loss ratio. I always said, generally, when I did some back testing in the beginning, it was always above 75% greater success on identifying them and taking profits. And the bigger the stop and the smaller the profit, increase your probabilities. But it also, put yourself into danger of having a lot of good trades with one bad trade taking away. So there's such a balance to this, and that's why I think this is a great tool to have. But you have to manually use it. You have to let it. Oh, Tesla just broke down here. We got some news on Tesla. Something happened on Tesla. Maybe some Tesla news. I'm not 100% sure. All right. Well, anyway, hopefully that gives you a little bit more overview of what we're trying to do here. It all comes down to pushing the button. You can get all the signals you want until you can determine that, develop that discipline and that mind strength to be confident and take those trades. Maj, I can't think of anything I use other than the bot. It's the bot that is talking. That's the only thing that talks on my computer. Let me know the next time you hear it, if you do hear it on my computer. Because sometimes you hear what's behind me and the other computer behind me. I play that because it's kind of my feedback. I get to listen to the music, got to hear Mr. Land without you guys hearing it in your ears twice. So it's just a balance. But nothing on this computer right now that I play that I could remember right now that plays automatically that has to do with news or announcements, other than the alerts. Hmm. I think we're good. Ah, so the audio is bad. Alright, so we have to fix that on the YouTube channel. I forget how to fix that again. Oh, alright, I think I can fix that. Hold on.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. Alright, market here at the highs here. Oh my god. Alright. SRG. Paychecks. Disney. Disney didn't really move too much this morning. Market's up another 13 points. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
All right, here we go. Here, just making sure everything's set up here. Cliffs Natural Resource. Cleveland Cliffs here. Cleveland Cliffs on the move here. Good morning, everybody. It's showtime here at 9:01. We got a half hour to go. Let's see if Paul is checking in here. All right, hey Paul, if you get to hear me, let me know. Yeah, it did sound like a chipmunk, the YouTube channel, because of whatever reason. And I reset it also, so hopefully it didn't reset it too much. Audio good now. Older single dad broke into retirement. Trader. Audio is good. The thumbs up to you, buddy. Now good. Aaron says it's good now. Thank you, guys. Down there. Basement checking in here. I want to put the basement chart up here. The chat up here so I can see it better today. Especially today's a special Friday here. For those that expect an RPM, well, but he's going camping. He's going camping. And I'm here with you, carrying you through the day. Today we're gonna focus on everything. Let me see here. First thing I have to do is get my trading chart up. All right, here we go. We were talking about this before and how well the quad rotation was working off of this. So what I was going to do today is just run the quad rotation. Actually, run the divergence script on my account here. So we're going to push that up on the other page. We're going to attach that. Just make sure all my IBs are running. CTLT here. Let's take a look at that. CTLT. Catalent here. Nice reversal. Yeah, now it didn't come up in the scanner because my scanner is just set for stocks under $7. But I was going to change that just so we could capture some of these pre-market movers. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, the gap down, gapped up, gap down, reversal candle today. We looked at it a few days ago. This was an earnings play. All right, this is looks pretty good right now. It's actually breaking out to the highs. The gap area here is up around 36.57. It's about that's where the gap is above us. an area of resistance. About $1. About
You are
$1
listening to
before you
Day
run into
Trading
that
Radio.
level.
Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all
And
of
you
our
said 36
services
is
for 10
pre-market
days
high
at
too. So yeah, I can see
dtr.tv
that little candle.
/free. Thanks for listening
getting
and
up
have
there.
a great day.
Take a look at some other ones that are moving here this morning here. SunCar Technology, we looked at that one. It was at 550, popped up to 750, back down to 680. But holding the 20-period moving average again, I wouldn't be surprised to see this pop off of this level again. We'll put that circle in here now. We'll flag that out. We said watch for the 20 here. That's why this is down here. I said keep an eye on the 20-period moving average for a retest on this one because it was holding. So we're going to continue to watch the 20 for a bounce. Birds, that's a reverse split. No interest right now. And the LSDI here, the psychedelic mushroom stock, popped earlier yesterday. We followed it to 8 o'clock. This morning it popped up here and it's been drifted. I don't trade this stock. And that's what we have right now that fit that criteria. Did you see? What did these things pop? I must have missed the day that they pop. For the last week, all I'm saying is what we're watching, 3-4 different stocks for pullbacks, right? What were they? SWK. Look at and we circled it. Look at the return from that. Look at that. Look at that perfect pullback. Got oversold. So all we were looking for is a pullback to an oversold level. SWK, beautiful bounce on that. And even though I wouldn't really chase it too much here, and still looks good, this is what to look for the next time in other stocks. Quality names that break out of a channel, come back, first rotation. In this case, we didn't hold the trend line here, but that's really the key here. First rotation after a break, because that's going to identify our new trend. And then the Sherman-Williams, same thing. Got oversold, pop. CI, we did this one. We crushed it. We crushed it on one day. We caught that pop because it got oversold. We looked for the pop. I want to continue to watch this. The one we're in now here, PAYX here. Is there a possibility of a big move here today? Jerry's showing me that back in the day here. And I've been liking this area on the trend line. It's been really hugging this sideways consolidation over the last couple weeks. Starting to turn back up. Love to see some follow through on this. It's a Friday. It's going to be tough. Cliff Natural Resources, we're in that. Like I said, at any point we could take profits. Maybe today as it pushes the new highs on the morning. It's actually moving quite nicely here. Good morning, Sunil. Let's take a look here. EPAL. I don't think the pain's over in AbbVie though. I would say the kind of the bad one today would be the DXC earnings play. I held some into the earnings. It's down after earnings. Didn't really get a bounce here, but very little volume. It's going to be a rocky road on this. Decide what we're going to do with it. Valuation's pretty good at this point on the gap down. I think it brings it down back. But hey, you know, if it's not performing, you can probably put your money to work somewhere else if you need to. Or you're going to wait it out.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
DXC. All right, I'm looking around here. I want to put the paychecks up here as one of the best bets here. I just like the action on it yesterday. We'll see if it gets a little follow through. I don't know what happened to Tesla. It seems like it traded all the way down. ATNF here. ATNF. I don't see that one on my board here. $180 Life Sciences. So I had a pop yesterday, came all the way back, popped back up today. And looks pretty good here. But no, I'm not in this. Let's take a look at the daily. Not bad. It has some volume coming into it. It looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. This is a C7 call here. C7. I'll write it down here so we go back. C7 873. It's hard to remember that, so I'm gonna have to write it down. Oh, we got a couple. Oh, let's not forget we have to put this into real time, people. Let's put this into real time. We got some new ones on our screen here. We got into some good ones yesterday. 2 good ones we got into. 2 runners. Now we're looking for one for Friday. Suncar Technology looks like a good one. We said watch the pullback to the 20 here. It just got down to 20. What's starting to ramp back up? It's $7 stock. Looks pretty good. Had no volume coming into this. Oh, look at that old SPAC. $7 SPAC. Don't like it at all. No. Looks great here with the momentum wise. You could have it. It's yours. Take it and run with it. Take it and run with it. It could go. I'm not saying they can't. Turns me off when I find those SPACs. I have no idea. No desire in LSDI. Nova Bay, not really.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card.
That one
You
actually
can try
looks the
out
best.
all of our
SunCard
services
technology.
for 10 days at
You know, this back, and I keep my distance. That's it. Well,
dtr.tv/free.
that's what we
Thanks
have right
for
now.
listening and have a great day.
Market here. You know what? For a hedge, right out of the gate, you might want to get, a put that expires today just in case the market just kind of gives it up. It might be a good trade. We just give it up from the beginning because if it goes higher, we're still going to have a nice... Let me take a look what we could do on that. Yeah, I'm down on my DXC here. That's what's going to hurt me today.
Order submitted. Order filled.
A little
Order
divergence
submitted.
here.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
And again, you can see right away, right when you got that alert, boom, explosive move, bot gets you in fast. Again, the time frame here coming up onto the open here, gonna get a little choppier. Had a nice pop. Some people would again see that you get a tick away from a target. You couldn't take profits there. That's the when we back test these things and what the probability that's going to give you a directional trade or directional move after divergence is almost it's almost perfect, 90% plus. That it gets to your first profit at that point, it really hard. It would if it was 4 ticks. It won't if it's 6 ticks. In some cases, that's a balance that you have to do. That's why you use this to let yourself get into it, then take profits on the way up. You can manage it with a tight stop, a real tight stop, or you could use this stop that's defined on the rock bot, which is a tick lower than the previous or the candle low. Hey, good morning, John. All right, let's see.
You are listening to Day
All
Trading
right, we got
Radio.
about
Sign up
10 minutes to
Order
go.
filled.
10 minutes
no
to go.
credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv
DXC here
/free.
now at the
Thanks for
lows here.
listening and
Very
have a
light
great
volume,
day.
but they're dumping that. That happens. All right. Yeah, everything's good. It was pain bars earlier today. There was pain bars because the computer died, and I had to reboot everything. So, but I apologize for that. That was weird. Everything kind of froze up on me. I couldn't get out. I had to do a hard reboot. Where's the V? Disney, a little pop here. Disney. I don't hear much coming up.
Benzinger market update. S&P futures up 13.50. The Dow futures up 98. Nasdaq is up 18.75. Crude is up 90 cents at $72.86.
All right, a little pop here, Disney.
6 cents now at $2.66. Gold up $3.30 at $1,963 an ounce.
You know, when is everyone going to start panning for gold? I mean, with gold so much, you know, an ounce, I'm surprised there's not another gold rush. So Powell's going to be speaking. What time was that? Did anybody catch that? Was that 1 o'clock? I have to look on the schedule. I mean, I was thinking that the other day. Why aren't we having like that? You know, I was looking up the prices of gold back in 1870, whenever the gold rush was, probably 1870 area. And it was like, you know, I forget what it was, like $16 or $20 an ounce. But, you know, of course, inflation and the value of money back then is not the same as it is today. But it was probably nowhere what it is. What I mean, it's almost $2,000 an ounce. Is that what? Or is it just closer to? Hey Alexa. No, she's not even around here. What's the price of gold these days? Is it 1,900? I don't even follow it. I see a lot of gold panning videos on TikTok too. Now that I'm a big TikTok fan.
Order filled. Order canceled.
1961, $2,000. I mean, for an ounce of gold, I'd be out there metal detecting if I was living in a gold area. Like New York doesn't have too much gold. Unless you go down to like the beach or something, maybe you find some gold teeth or earrings. Someone got to, you know, find a gold detector. I saw a video yesterday. I didn't see it. I didn't watch it. But this guy's making his own silver. He has like a silver
You are listening to
way of
Day
making
Trading
silver,
Radio.
99%
Sign
silver
up
he can
completely
make.
for free with no credit
And
card.
I was
You
almost
can
like
try out
tempted
all
to
of
look
our
at the video
services for 10
because
days at
he's like,
dtr.tv
you know,
/free.
I made this much
Thanks for
troy
listening
ounces
and
of
have a
silver.
great day.
Steven texted, only drilling for yeah. Black gold. That's why everyone's looking for their silver coins, right? So a silver quarter. How much is a silver quarter worth? Worth in silver now? Or a silver $half. I guess it just goes by the bit weight and stuff. So every time you find a silver quarter, you find like all right, market here off the highs. We have 5 minutes to go. Let's get ready. I'm probably going to end up taking another hedge put here just at the beginning of the day in case we get just a sell-off all day. But I have a feeling we're going to push a little bit higher. Maybe we'll wait off of that, but I feel like I don't want to miss that opportunity. I'm going to take a look at the prices when this thing opens here. What did I buy? What is this here? Oh, there's something expired on me. What was those? All right. May 19th. All right, markets here. Getting ready to rock out here. Oh, the popcorn is out and popping today. Here we go. Even before we start, they know what I was gonna do. You knew what I was gonna do, market. I should never announce it on the radio. I was gonna go short off the open here. Now it drops like. Yeah, I'm in the know. So it took the futures short there. Wow. DXC here. Let's see how that's acts today here. Let's give our prayers to that one. You never know. Sometimes these things reverse and they just go crazy. All right. Good luck, everyone. It's going to be a good day. I'm with you today. I'm DayTraderRockStar with you. Typically, maybe you hear RPM. He's on an adventure. Pfizer here pushing back up. I'd like to see if that AbbVie is going to get a reversal day at one point. It's up what is it, up 62 cents here? All right. All right, here.
You
Welcome
are
to the
listening
US
to
market
Day
open.
Trading Radio.
Thank you, Mr. Land.
Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out
The
all of our services for 10 days at
time
dtr.tv
is here.
/free.
Good luck.
Thanks for listening.
Don't forget, we
and
have a
great day.
couple day sale here. Additional $300 off the sale brings it down to $9.99. Normally $12.99. Take advantage of that. Good until Sunday. For the Rockbot code, we'll help you get it installed.
CTLS, Coke Engineered Solutions, and Chart Industries agreed to collaborate
Keep
on
it
Order
on.
submitted.
There it is.
Order
First
filled.
First divergence.
Order submitted.
products that
Order
First-
submitted.
first
Order
divergence.
submitted.
pop up.
See what happens. Tesla here dropping off here. Market is open. DXC here, 23.48 here. Popping back up to 24 very quickly. Market's right at the VWAP. This is a fight here. I think you got to take a shot to the downside.
ARTNA, Artesian Resources, announcing the pricing of its offering.
What did we
Alpha
have
Romeo
here?
Tango, November Alpha.
We have the 420s.
Thousand share offering of non-voting, Class A non-voting common stock at $50 per share. That
Order
is
filled.
Alpha Romeo Tango, November Alpha.
Order filled.
I just
Order
took it-
canceled.
I
Order
just took
canceled.
my trade. I just picked up a put here. This is kind of just a throwing it out there. See if we get a sell-off today. It's a hedge against the longs.
Iraq oil minister and Russian counterparts spoke on the phone to confirm commitment to OPEC Plus voluntarily
Expires
cutting
today.
production.
Expires today. Trade alert in the box here was the 420s. Smoke them if you got them. Trade alert in the box. DXC here, back up here, 23.34.
AMD shares falling earlier. A negative note from
Spit it out there,
Research.
Kramer. Or whoever.
That's Alpha Michael Delta, AMD.
Riley looking okay. AV looking okay. DXC here. A little pop here. DXC here. Can it hold this 23.50 on the first pullback here? Is the market giving it all up? What are we doing here? Market continues to sell off hard. Pac W here. Nice pop here. Pac W looks strong. We got stocks here going up. We got stocks going down. We got stocks going all around here. Tesla here taking off to the upside now here after that first pullback. And the market here taking off to the upside now.
AMTX, Metis getting a pop here on some volume coming in now. Alpha Michael Tango X-Ray.
Where we stop, nobody knows. MGRM halted here. IPO MGRM halted. RJC. That's an IPO. All right, everyone here, take a look at this one. MGRM. Let's take a look at it. Monogram Orthopedics. Ooh, second day. Ooh, it's $41.
Order submitted.
Ooh.
Order filled.
Where
Order
could it
submitted.
go? Where could
Order
it go?
submitted. Order submitted.
Ooh. That's a tough one. It's way up there, huh? Maybe you get,
AMZN hearing positive YIPIT data.
we'll come back to that again.
AWS growth and revenues.
Well, boom, bang, boom. There goes the dynamite. DXC here, believe it or not, is above yesterday's highs. DXC here reversing.
That's Alpha Michael Zulu, November.
Holy crap. We called it this morning. Watch for the reversal. 24.40. It's going. It's giving us an exit. Jesus. Thank you, stock gods. I will pray to you in the future. Come on, get me out of here. Get me out. Take me out. PLT art. Going Pfizer here reversing nicely. And the market here is starting to bounce
You
a
are
bit.
listening to Day Trading Radio.
This is
Sign
where we
up
see how
completely
strong the
for free
market
with
is
no
here.
credit
We
card.
blow through the
Order
highs.
filled.
All right, looks like, what was that? Was that me? No, that was a rock bot.
DayTraderRockStar.tv
My order hasn't been
/free.
hit yet.
Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Dropping it back down on me. Tesla here, big pop here. Come here. Here comes the crickets.
TM Toyota Motor with a press release. Toyota says notice of wrongdoing by Daihatsu in collision test and sales and shipment.
Order filled. Order
Suspension of
canceled.
Toyota
That was a
raise.
rock bot. DXC here. Come on. Why isn't it taking me out? Well, I'm at $3. That's why.
That is Tango Michael.
What? I love this song so much.
Shares of Toyota 142.14 down 37 cents today. Tango Michael.
Order filled.
Partially filled. Order filled.
All right, here. We just took profits here and DXC here for a profit of $659. Oh shit, what happened to that? I just lost my apologize. Where's my trade alerts? Holding one call left here. That was my shares. I'm out of my shares. Trade alert in the box. Out of the shares. Tesla here pushing a little bit higher. ISRG looking okay here. Big pop here in NET. Thanks, Magoo. We got saved by that one. Got saved by the reversal. Not looking a gift horse in the mouth. Whatever that means. No, it means something in this situation. CLF here kind of dropped a bit. Samsung retracts plan to switch over to Microsoft Bing for now. Wow. I would say that's considered pretty decent news. Tesla here, very strong.
PACW, Pac West, the June 2nd $7 calls trading. That's Papa Alpha Charlie Whiskey.
Pac West here, $7 calls trading.
W.
I bet you that goes. Tesla here, very strong here. AbbVie here, actually looking a little bit better today. ISRG, EPAL starting to move a little. Riley here, not doing much today. UIS here, still long. Cleveland Cliffs pulled back. Net here holding at the highs. And PACW looks very strong. Disney here still looks weak.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at
I think that
dtr.tv
David Favor
/free. Thanks for
interview
listening
actually
and have a
helped
great
Tesla
day.
stock a lot. I think this is just a move on Elon Musk. People are buying Elon Musk right now. When they see Tesla going up, they're buying Elon. So let's take a look at UNH here for a second. UNH here. UNH. Could start advertising. Yeah, they said, oh, we'll try it. He goes, when did you decide that? He goes, right now. UNH, nice pullback. Nice. Again, this is what we like to see. The first pullback, even though this broke through that trend line, we are kind of on the support line here. Something about this here was the best bet. We never broke through that 200. I was looking for that to get through that from here. So it was pulled back a little further. We are getting a little divergence. Look at that low. Look at this higher low. Look at this low. It's actually looking pretty good here starting off the day. UNH. I hate it's way up here though. I'm liking that today. I haven't jumped yet. EXC here. I have an option left, and I have it up there, but I'm not getting. $260 by $3. I'm the $3. June 16.
Order filled.
DXA here. All right, I just took my last call off here on the DXC. Trade alert coming into the box here. We're out of this totally now. Congratulations on a good trade. Another HBS setup there. I went down and just took myself out there, so I didn't wait for.
MGRM monogram orthopedics sitting there $49 at the high, now 42. Recent IPO.
Prepare for that one to rocket.
That's Michael Golf from Young Michael.
AbbVie here, little pop. So nice pop here at AbbVie. Sammy Baby taking along in Disney into a weakness here. He's buying into the relative weakness that Disney is showing today, just off the lows.
Order filled.
We're up about $181 on our ISRG trade right now from yesterday. About 108. That's on one contract. So, again, balls in your court on a Friday. Talked about taking profits today. It was a good idea. Yeah, idea. That's my New York accent right there. Don't make fun of it. Embrace it.
You are listening to Day
I just
Trading
cemented the
Radio.
fact that DXC
Sign
will
up
probably
completely for free with no credit
run
card.
now,
You can
I
try
am
out
out of
all
it,
of our
100%.
services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free.
It's free to go.
Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Free to go. There it goes. What are we going to do with the ISRG, Johnny? Are we going to take that off? We're going to take that off? What are you going to get for it here? We're in at 426. Can we get $2 on it? Can we get $6 for it? There goes that DXC here. Don't kill me, man. Oh, how far did I go out on that ISRG? I only went to June 9th. They give me $6. I'll take it, maybe. I'd actually like to stay in this one. Oh, there goes the DXC here. DXC here just running. Absolutely amazing.
Order filled.
I just took my ISRG off here.
HMO getting more volume.
They took me for $6.
At the high thermogenesis, Tango Hotel Michael.
Took me for $6. It's 171 here. Yeah, we get into these. You get these alerts here, right on time. Got this yesterday. It's just yesterday. One contract. Could even stay long on that one too. You have my blessing if you want to stay long on that. Trail alert in the box. UNH here starting to move. That was the one I kind of liked down here. UNH. Oh, you're getting away from me, buddy. You're getting away. 483 from 475. UNH. Let's take a look at that. Oh, it's running now. That was one of my best bets of the day. All right, so what do we have here? What is the train at 483? Let me take a look at the chart here. Where our potential is in a week. Where our potential is in a week here, 489. And what was I looking at here? 490s.
Order filled.
I want to take a shot on this. A little higher risk, but I think it could pop back up to the retracement trend line here quickly within 7 days, within a couple days here, going into next week here. I'm taking a shot on it. Trade alert coming into the box. It's almost a trade for today, too. If this thing continues to run, then we're going to be all over it. There it goes.
RIVN, Rivian, the 13.5 calls trading. Romeo India, Victor November, currently at $14.11. That's all right.
You know what? We're going to do a lot more scans on this HPS watch list for this week. I will do another one, couple. The reason we got into the DXC in the first time was because it was an S&P component stock with great valuation and a great chart. All right, it was a best bet here. Now we did take profits into the earnings, and then we tailed some into the earnings, and this is what happened. Look at the reversal now, but the valuation was great right here. The PEG ratio was 8.88. PE was like 6.7. S&P company on a lower trend line. Even if the news was bad, we could suspected a reversal because it's only going to be more of,
You're
the
listening
value
to
is still
Day
going to be
Trading
there.
Radio. Sign up completely for
And it
free
wasn't
with
that
no
bad,
credit card.
so,
You can try out
you know,
all
these
of our
these
services
lots of
for 10
times these
days
are going
at
to be big reversals.
dtr.tv/free.
And there's your
Thanks
reversal.
for listening and have a great day.
So I'm so happy that everyone was able to possibly profit from this one on the reversal instead of being caught in this. And it continues to go, and it could go without me. I do that. That comes with your membership. You know, the ability for me to move the market by selling my position usually adds another 10% to the stock. So, you know, I'm okay with that. I've come to terms with that. We all pay it forward. Somehow. It only works for members, though, so remember that. That's where the magic works. All right, we got a few stocks here on the move here. Should we take a look at them? Let's take a look at them. DXC, we just talked about that. Bright Health here, that's the Mind Psychedelic, I believe. One of them. Farfetch, that was a move from yesterday, continues today. I got a LABU priced LSDI here. Birds, consolidated, nothing here. Stereo taxis. Stereo taxis. Medical devices. 217. We'll circle this out here. This is a new one on the list. Suncar Technologies. We talked about this twice. This is one of our textbook trades. Pre-market move. Pull back to the 20 at the open. This one actually a little bit under the 20. They popped, and then we pulled to the 20 again, and at the open, you usually get a little pop. I mean, from $7 to $8 is a great trade. I mean, imagine just getting $7 to $8 on a small little half-an-hour move. This was perfect for this. Now, someone mentioned Deere here. Deere might be a great long at this point after earnings, and the reversal here starting to happen on Deere. 385. Oh, it already is up there pretty good, isn't it? The gap up, but is. Let's take a look here again. Deere looks good. Let's take a look at that Palantir here. We'll go add into it.
WKEY and Process Systems to launch new WISE-ready satellites with SpaceX.
It is setting up. I mean, with a first look at this, not to scare you or anything, it does have the appearance of that kind of reversal shooting star type of thing here. But again, the day is early. These things sometimes reverse.
There's a WISE-Key getting a pop on that.
WISE-Key back on the move. Pfizer here kind of on the move. AbbVie hanging in there pretty good. ISRG, not bad here. We took the profits on that. We moved on. Still love it. Still love it. S-Wave here. 281. That's a new position from a couple days ago. We're in at small shares. But at 282, it's 280. UIS here, 446, looking good. And I bet you haven't heard better music than this in a while.
WKEY halted on a circuit breaker at $2.73. Whiskey Kilo. Echo Yankee.
Market has this inverted head and shoulders pattern here. Looks pretty strong.
Order submitted. Order filled.
I'm going to take a long here on my, there we go. Try to get that showing to you fast here. Oh, shit. Oh, there it is. See, look at me trying to juggle everything. Now it reverses on me. I didn't get my point
You
on
are
that. because I'm
listening
trying
to
find where
Day
the
Trading
screen is
Radio.
here.
Sign up
I'll fix the
completely for
screen here
free
in a
with no
second.
credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free.
don't
Thanks
wanna
for
get caught
listening
in
and
that.
have a great day.
I'm going to look for the highs to be taken out. Consider we've taken some profits in this market here. I'm going to let this little play out a bit here. If it does
Order
break down, we
submitted.
have the
Order
puts,
filled.
but I have a feeling
Order
we're going
submitted.
I feel
Order
we're going to
submitted.
take out the
Order
highs here.
submitted.
We're going to take out the highs. Let's see what we can do. Now, market here, that little pop gave us a little sell side divergence, believe it or not. But you see the whippiness of the market here. And I don't know what do we have any Fed speak right now coming up? Let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. Today is Friday, and we have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 11 a.m. Oh, yeah, we have someone. We sure do have someone here coming up. Damn, my ISRG here just running away now. That's such a great company. Robotic surgery, come on. With the new AI, I was looking at this when I was buying this one. And I said, Intuitive Surgical, AI, the combination of artificial intelligence and artificial, robotics. I mean, we're talking Terminator stuff here. We're talking ISRG. I'm talking it up here, even though I'm out of it now.
FPCH, Farfetch, at the highs now $5.62 after their better than expected report yesterday, up 29%. Foxtrot, Tango.
You know what? I was looking at, I was on some social media stuff, and I was scanning through some stuff, and I came across a feed of because I grew up liking cyberpunk stuff. I was into cyberpunk. What's his name? Gibson, and watching Hackers and the Matrix. I love that genre of everything, even techno and stuff. And I was scrolling through it. And I had something on my feed about cyberpunks, and the guy had a robot. He sculpted a robot, and it looked so realistic. The head. And it was a lady, and she was so beautiful. And I was looking at her, and I said, "Wow, she is absolutely there's like almost a soul in her." And I could just picture them putting this their voice in there now, real voice, and have it think. I mean, I think that's right around the corner. Just having these. They might not be fully functionable, movable robots, but they're going to be a face. And the lips are moving, the eyes are moving, and there's going to be a person associated. It's going to be super scary. It's going to be super surreal. And people are going to get, they're going to fall in love with these things. They are. This is going to be the next big thing. They're going to start marrying them. I'm predicting it right now. You thought these transgenders and and identifying as cats and stuff is weird. Wait until people start marrying robots.
You can try out all of our services for 10 days at
Robots have rights too. Robots have rights too, John. Write that down.
And have a great
Get that
day.
website. Get it now. Robots have rights too. Robot lives matter. Oh. It is happening in Japan. I've seen it. Boston Scientific. That's the reason I got into Boston Scientific. We had a great trade in Boston Scientific, BSX. Great trade in that. Ended up taking it off. It's still grinding higher. Look at this. Why not? Why wouldn't you just be in Boston Scientific? It's the future. They have these dogs running around New York City now. I want to take this off.
Order canceled.
I'm going to take that
submitted.
off. I'm not going to hold on to that because we are having Fed the POW coming up, and before that, it's going to be kind of choppy. I'm going to keep my put on. I'm not going to not play this thing. I do think we have a shot at taking out the highs, but I'm taking this off. I want to show you the New York City in Times Square. You could see them now.
First, there is DigiDog, sniffing out danger. Then there's the GPS Dart, tracking cars driven by people up to no good. And you might run into this roundish robot, keeping an eye on places like Times Square.
We want the public to know that the use of these technologies will be transparent, consistent, and always done in collaboration with the people that we serve.
The NYPD showcasing 3 new tools that will be rolled out in the coming months. Pilot programs, the department says, linking cops with new technology, especially during extreme situations.
In hostage negotiations, counterterrorism incidents, and other situations as needed.
DigiDog was originally launched during the de Blasio administration, but the program was suspended. Civil rights activists said it was an example of over-aggressive policing. Today, Mayor Adams barked back at those complaints.
DigiDog is out of the pound. DigiDog is now part of the toolkit that we are using.
Filled.
Similar robots have been used in places like airports.
This thing looks like some kind of one-eyed thing out of a Simpsons movie. Holy crap. Get me a cabin. Too bad those dogs are racist. That's what they'll say. That's what they'll say. Those dogs are targeting lower income people with guns. I know. All right, a wise key here is moving. Market here moving down. Glad to be out of that. Hold on to those puts. Knock knock. Who's there? Wise key. Wise key who? Why keys you not look at the stock when someone's asking you? It is a nice pop here. It is getting its day in the dog day, and every dog gets its day. Wise key.
Order filled. Order canceled.
IV here looking pretty good. DXC here, forget about that. That's going higher because I'm out of it. I'll tell you what's actually showing relative weakness today. I don't know if that's all steel stocks. Is the Cleveland Cliffs at the lows of the session. We talked about taking profits on that today too. Should have just did that. The first thing out of the gate, we should have just taken profits on the Cleveland Cliff. We still have them, but let's just take a look at the. Yeah, look at this. U.S. Steel too. So U.S. Steel heading down. CLF heading down. Alcoa heading down. Let's take a look at like a Tesla heading up or a pennant to the upside. Snowflake.
You are listening to Day Trading
That's heading
Radio.
down. Let's take a
Sign
look at
up completely
Shopify.
for free with no credit card. You can try out
Kind of
all
heading
of our
down.
services for
Maybe
10
somebody's
days at
starting to roll over a bit.
DTR.TV
I'm looking for a relative
free.
strength
Thanks for
or.
listening and have a great day.
All right, ABBV here. Look at that. Look at that, people. Who's in that? PAYX. Yep, holding the 20. Look who's in that. We got back into Riley here. Holding up above the 20 here. Looking pretty good.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
And let me just tell you right now. I mean, that short that came up here, identified clearly on the rock bot here, and look at it, took profits all the way down, and now it turned into a buy divergence and just reversed. I mean, this thing is, I don't even want to touch it. Here goes the PAYX here.
HRB block, big block trade shares at the intraday high 29.58 at Hotel Romeo Bravo HRB.
We have some stuff.
MANU, Manchester United, they made
Look at this.
20.5 calls.
Look at this.
On Michael Alpha November uniform.
You see this list here? You see this list? These are divergences. Remember we said it was a very bullish indicator when I have more than 10 to 15 divergences on the list on the S&P 500. It is a good sign, very bullish market. I have a lot here. It looks like I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like I have like at least 20 here.
Order filled.
So we're going to actually look at this as a very bullish scenario going forward. A lot of divergence setting up on the S&P 500 index, individual stocks. So we're going to run through this today. This is part of my research that I do on Fridays, but I'm doing a live show for you. But this is one of the important levels, areas where I get my stocks from. So a good time to go over them together. All right, so UNH. All right, we're in this. We're in this on this pullback. All right, so that's actually making my divergence list here too.
Order canceled.
So we don't have to worry about that one. We're already taking care of that one. Air products and chemicals looks good. SBA, again, SBA Communications, they do cell tower and wireless towers and stuff like that. You can actually see this is actually a really nice divergence because you don't see the dip here. It's just a curl. Looks okay, no position. ITW here has been showing up here. Amgen, a lot of people like it. American Tower, the towers are setting up together. Again, that's like the SPAC. And then there's another one, Clear, what's the other one called? CCI. Look at this, we have L3 Aerospace and Defense. Decent divergence here, guys. Decent divergence. We're going to have to talk about this on the watch list, I think. I'm going to have to do this all over again. Raytheon here, same thing. Another aerospace and defense stock giving us a nice divergence. First Energy. It's a good one. Lots of good divergences. Intel here, INTC setting up. AES Utility, Kinder Morgan here, AT&T, Gen Digital, and UNH here, which I like a lot. DXC here, again, you're nothing but net on this. Like I said, Right when I got out, it pretty much guarantees it's moving up until 27. Feeling good about my ISRG exit, though, all of a sudden.
Sign up completely for free with no
Always
credit
feels
card.
better when the stock starts coming down, right?
You can try out all of our services for 10
you get
days
out of it.
at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great
Damn.
day.
But it feels so bad when you get out of a stock and it continues to go up. And it was obvious that it was going to go higher. Down the YouTube channel, I just posted, if you guys have any stocks you want me to go over fast here, post them in the YouTube channel now or on the social media. Alibaba, Orlando, you know, even today we were saying, what's the next big black swan event? And a lot of people still will go to the China, Taiwan situation, and you know that would crush Baba. That would crush a lot of these Chinese stocks right off the bat. So that overhangs us. And if you really truly believe that's going to happen, then I don't know how you could even be, you know, getting in this. If you believe that's going to happen, if you think maybe that's not going to happen, then yeah, I see reason to look at Baba. I don't even know how, you know, you think about the history we have, what we could base our opinions on or guesses on, history, what China's done. I really don't know that it's too much out there in my life that China's really like shown it wants to do. Russia, we know that Russia is one that's invaded multiple countries in my lifetime, or been in multiple big conflicts like Afghanistan and the when their whole Soviet bloc area there, they went back and, you know, they've been dealing with that stuff for a while. But China, what is Tibet? China's with the Tibet, you know, they're messing with Tibet a lot. As I was saying, the U.S. has been in multiple invasions too. Let me see. What if I could guess what those were? Like Grenada? I'm trying to think. Somewhere in South America, maybe? Oh, you know what? Maybe Libya? Libya? No, I don't know if it was even. We've been in battles. Iraq, an invasion, but we never really took over. Did we? Kind of did. I don't know. That's a dirty situation, topic. It's hard to... Well, either way, is that down the road? And when it is, then you got to be careful. You got to be careful with the Chinese stocks. I think if anything happens, I mean, think of a war breaking out. You got to think that Lockheed Martin, LMT, all the aerospace defense stocks have just gotten oversold here. Maybe those are, you know, are going to continue to be pretty good. Each pullback seems to have been a nice little upward pop, and again, we're kind of in that pullback here. Kind of broke through it here for a second, pulled back, trying to get through it again.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Do a manual refresh and make sure all your boxes are red. And do a clear your cache. Do a control. What's a clear the cache thing? Control Alt R or something like that.
The IOC Biocept halted at the highs $8.13. Bravo India Oscar Charlie up 48%.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. If you don't refresh it in a couple days, I think it gets stale. And then if there wasn't an alert, but there's been alerts there, so there should be the old alerts. I don't know exactly what happens to it, but it has something to do with the cookies. And, you know, when you end up refreshing the cookies, however you do that, there's a couple different ways of doing it. But if you know how to do it, it typically solves the problem. Paycheck here, paycheck 109.21, still looking strong. Tesla very strong. Elon Musk for president.
G7 leaders say China's accelerating buildup of its nuclear arsenal poses a concern to global and regional stability.
SNES here. SNES. Pop in a bit here. SNES. See, this has kind of been holding up. This would be considered a little ledge pattern here, too. This is actually holding up pretty good. We're flatline on this. I have 200 shares of this we picked up, and it hasn't been doing much, but it is now looking pretty good. I mean, this does look pretty good. Let's see if this continues to push. I see a little volume coming into it too, sneaking in. Sneaky little volume. You sneaky little volume, you. I think it goes to 250. All right, SN.
DE Deere on their conference call, executive says second quarter saw the lowest level of production cost inflation since Q1 of 2021. That's Delta Echo Deere. Shares of Deere falling here now during the company's call. $373. Up just $1.50 now after hitting a high of $395 in the pre-market following their better than expected report. Shares falling here now on Deere.
I must have said something else there on Deere. Still looks pretty good here. I still think this market's headed higher.
Order filled.
Oh. It's choppy though.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
All right. How's everyone doing today? You guys have a good week? Is there anything you need? Anything from me? Rockbot seems to be pretty good today here. We're waiting for the next setup. I am a little slightly biased to the upside here. I think we have a good shot at taking out our highs today. But we have Fed Powell coming up to speak at 11 o'clock today. 11. And that is always an issue. We'll watch what happens there. There's a little pop there.
G7 leaders urge Iran to cease nuclear escalation, calling Iran to full
order filled
obligations regarding non-proliferation without delay.
Let's take a look at Pfizer here. Pfizer's showing some relative strength all of a sudden. It's been a dog. It really has. But let's take a look at the Pfizer. Now, we're underneath this trend line, which was important. And I tell you, 9 times out of 10, after a 5 to 7 day pullback after those earnings and the gap down underneath the trend line, your target here, absolutely fantastic target, is going to be this trend line. Retest of this trend line. All right, so that's going to give you a target up here, probably 37.76, about $1. Not to say it's going to happen today, but it is a great target to have at this point in this stock. It looks like a perfect opportunity here on Pfizer for a pop back up. Now it's showing pretty good relative strength right now at the highs of the day. It's like I said, it's probably only going to go $1, but it's definitely looking good. Now I had some Pfizer and it just hasn't worked out. I have the June contract, September contract. September contract might be worth looking at again. It's set to $40. Let me take a look at the I want to take a shot on this trade. Let's take a look here at the Julys and 36. 35s. All right.
order filled.
All right. I'm going to take a couple of these. Trade alert coming into the box here. We're just going to look for a point on this. All right, you guys see, you have the trade alerts in the box here going out to members. Here's the Pfizer. Again, you get a lot of free stuff today here as Day Trading Radio. Disney here, again, does not look that great. I hate this battle they're doing with DeSantis. But, yeah, I do feel like that, eventually this is going to work out pretty good. But today, it's showing relative weakness. Let's take a look at AbbVie again here. BPV here, AbbVie. Nice pop on this, heading back up. consolidating at the highs. Love to see one more pop on this.
Sign up completely
Tesla here, very strong. Paychecks here, very strong.
All of our services for 10
no
days
issues
at
there.
DTR.TV
We've been adding to that too.
Thanks for listening and have
it's
a
actually
great
looking
day.
pretty good. Tesla looking very good. Market here got through that trend line. AbbVie looking very strong. Pfizer, again, you know my thoughts on that. We just discussed that. CYN. All right, you guys. A couple days ago, we got into CYCN. CYCN. Anybody in that with me? All right. This was a reverse splitter. Just recently did a reverse split, 1 for 20. I think it brings our float down pretty good. I don't know exactly what the float is on this exactly, but it is looking like it wants to. Definitely looks like it could pop here. It's starting to slowly move up. We have a stochastic rotation, very strong. You do have a profit in it. Starting to move a little. I just wanted to point out that it seems to be starting to move. A little volume coming in, a little volume. We need a lot more volume for this thing to move. But if it did get going, something to pay attention to. It's starting to move a little. So consider this an ultra first alert here. Ultra first alert, because no one else is seeing this thing move on this little volume. What do you think of Shop? Love Shopify. I was loving Shopify when everyone was hating Shopify. And then when Shopify came out and they had a great earnings and it kind of ran away from me, I just stopped looking at it because I felt it ran away from me at this point. But I loved it here. Loved everything about it. A little harder to read at this point. We had that, I think it's just a little over, we're pointing down, we are extended. I see no reason to buy other than if you really purely love the stock, but I don't see a trade here. 60-minute time frame is kind of sideways and coiled. I'm looking more towards a shorter term trade that we could really guarantee a nice move up over the next 4 to 5 days. It's hard to read into that. But overall, I like it. Now we look at the big picture here, where this thing came from and where it is now. It still looks pretty cheap, chart-wise. There goes that 650 CYCN here, slowly sneaking away. Might end up on our screener soon. Yeah, I am. Oh, well.
Biden informed G7 leaders U.S. will support joint effort with allies to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets. That from CNN.
Yeah. So I have 30. I just have 30 shares of this, and yeah, it is pulled back here, back to our buy zone here. I'm in at 30. I'm in at 26.51. So I still have a little profit on it. We had a nicer profit on it. This is one of the few that I want to hold on to, because it's just an IPO, and we're seeing if we could look back at this when it's $30. But it is pulling back to the trend line. I did say that if it did break down through that 25 level, I would get rid of it. But remember, 30 shares. If it got down to that $25 level down here, I'd be down $40. So I'm not really too concerned with it. Let's see how it acts. This might actually be a buying opportunity off of this trend line. Let's break it down to the 60. And you can see there is a slight trend line right here, right underneath us. And it's pretty organized on the pullback. I bet you this actually is just a good organized little pullback.
MCOM under $1.
I might even add to this. I might add to it. Now, how are we going to add to this?
On volume, micromobility.
We're getting close to adding to this. It sucks that some things have to pull back sometimes. You always want your stock to be going up. especially if the market's up. You know, in some cases it's
part
of the rotation, the part of what's moving and what's not moving.
You can try out all of our services for 10 days at
Longer term, this still looks good, and it probably does look good for
someone
who's not in it yet. AbbVie here making its move back up here. Pfizer looking pretty good. Again, you got the trade in Pfizer in the box.
Order submitted.
We're looking for a retracement.
Filled.
That is going to be a text. So there goes CYCN here. First
Order
alert.
Submitted.
There goes Tesla. DXC still a stud. What could be the good news out on Disney, though? That is my concern. What is good news in Disney? All right. Well, looks like we have a cell divergence setting up here on the Rockbot, just to give you an... For those out there maybe not watching that Rockbot, we'll see what happens here. Keep an eye on it. I'm going to get myself a Coke here. Hold on.
U.S. Treasury reporting U.S. sanctions targeting more than 30 companies that import, ship, or manufacture electronics components, semiconductors, and microelectronics to Russia.
Sanctions, huh? Everyone has sanctions. All right, this is a good divergence here, because divergences are divergences. There is a reason. Oh shit! There goes all my Coca-Cola came shooting out of the bottle. Hold on. Why is that? Why did that happen, Johnny? I got a bottle today because I didn't want to get more than one Coke, so I got a 16-ounce bottle.
The IOC halted again on a circuit breaker.
Shoot.
Bravo India Oscar Charlie. On the way down now, $9.80.
All right.
Company recently recently underwent a 1-for-30 reverse stock split. It's Bravo India Oscar Charlie.
CYCN here, slowly seeing volume coming in. Slowly we're seeing some volume come in here.
ENVB, new highs now, $4.22 on Inverifile. ENVB up 18%.
Mm-hmm.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
All right, we have Malinkarak, whatever that is. Drugs. What happened after the close, after the open? This one held up pretty good into the open and popped, and then after the pop, just like yesterday, they sell off.
Order filled.
All right, this MINM here, we've been a part of this one before, and it popped out of this pennant, then we came back. It's right back at that pennant level, which means, you know, I would almost qualify this as kind of a ledge type of setup. It had a reverse split. Seems to be holding that $4 level. Got a little pop today. Right here, it's starting to be mentioned. It's not yet really moving, not a lot of volume, just a little pop of volume here. So maybe something grows of it. Market here now starting to sell off here, and we just drop back down quickly. Little flush there. And again, this is a sell divergence here. That's just taking profits. I mean, this is the bot here just killing. Look at this. Now this is a trailing stop that's following it down. This is where it went in with its short, and it can identify that, you know, divergence here. Right there. On the short setup, I have a much bigger range here, because I just, you know, actually I'd let it just play out, but I'll put this thing, you know, I could even just follow that around.
Order
see, it just
canceled.
came back here, just took the trailing stop out, which is fine. Not a perfect trade. Look at that. Look at how perfect that was. Market here bouncing back up now. Chop is in attack, but we have a way of identifying the chop now. Good trend line too.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Hey,
Order
Varicose.
submitted. Order submitted.
See you Monday.
Order
have
submitted.
a great weekend. Varicose Wayne from Wayne, New Jersey.
ENVB now halted on a circuit breaker.
We went from a sell divergence to a buy divergence here quickly. But I would
There's at $3.84, halted on the way down.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
I'm not doing it. I'm just, just following along here, trying to keep up. Trying to keep up with this. Now, I want you guys to see the parameters that this is set on. For those who have the RockBot and they're trying it on their own machines and stuff, let me give you the parameters this is running on. All right, so I'm going to move this over here for a second.
Targets is not aware of structural interconnection problems related to growing volumes.
All right, so we're using the Thunderbird 23 buy script, and it's taking profits. It's trading 5 cars, taking first profit. I'm gonna have to click off this. I don't want to click it off because it's running so well. So I'm just gonna tell you, six ticks for the first profit, takes 2 cars off. Then 14 ticks for the second profit, over 3 points. Another 2, and then it has a trailing stop that it follows it by 6 ticks. So the 6 ticks actually locks it in. Once it gets the original profit, it'll take it off. It'll move a stop up to break even, and then it'll follow it up. So it has a signal bar low stop being placed. That means an automatic stop to be placed instead of ticks. And the short side, and again, the only reason and that's the 23 buy, that's the 23 short. 23 represents the 2023. I'm looking at 8 ticks on the first profit, 24 on the second. I might change that. I just manually take these off if we have a good profit. Same thing. And then the quad rotation is running. So those 3 scripts are running right now on this RockBot, and this is what's giving you these results. So that's something. If you need help setting that up and getting that all figured out, I'm really starting to dedicate a lot more time towards that. So
the IOC, IOSEP resuming trade, Bravo India, Oscar Charlie.
Magoo here, nice Magoo.
On BIOC.
Bubkiss here, bringing up that MINM here, so people taking advantage of that. Thank you. It continues to move here. We looked at it at 484. It's now 531. Again, it does look good. Remember, most of these will. Well, we'll see where this goes. Key to success in these is getting the profit and
order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Let's take a look here. I mean, I think everyone and their brothers and grandmothers are expecting the market here. Get a little rug pull maybe going into the negotiations over the weekend. Why be in front of that? Why this? Why that? Well, why? Because that's just the way the market is. We'll take out, side with most people on it.
astronaut moonlander. That's from NASA administrator. That's
I think it's obvious. It's too obvious to short into the Pals,
for free with no credit card.
Difficult call. I would have to make a guess on it.
DTR.TV/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
I would say it's too easy to call to the downside. We have a lot of room to the downside. A lot of people thinking that we pull the rug. So with that being said, I think we could actually move a little bit higher, just because of the momentum we've had, the shorts, the sentiment.
LGMK shares getting a pop to the high on low volume. Lima Golf Michael Kilo.
Hourly is hanging in there. I love the Pfizer setup here, though. I mean, talk about HPS methodology and how we work trend lines and how important trend line retracements are. When you recognize a great trend line before it gets to it, like when you break down through a good trend line, you tend to retest that trend line. When you get a 5 to 7 day pullback plus a trend line above us and the 200 above it, this is such a good. It's only for $1. We're only looking for an upside move for $1, so we're not going to get a big move. But I think the odds of a rotation back up to that trend line where you could short again or take profits, I think that's a really nice setup. We'll watch the relative strength in Pfizer over into this Powell speech here. It seems to be holding up pretty good overall.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I'm still in Zyme. I have 300 shares of Zyme. I'm just holding on to it. I trust in Steve from Texas' call on this. I got in when he mentioned it. It looked interesting. It's been up and down. I had some options in, real cheap options. They never really did anything. But the Zyme's hanging in there, right around $10. It hasn't done much. It's been going sideways. I do like the consolidation here. I do like the potential for that breakout above this level. And we get a pop. I would refer to Steve if he has anything he wants to add on this.
At the Thomas Lawbag Research Conference.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
All right. Well, the mention of Powell speaking here, I don't know if that's. We're gonna bring that up. Let's see what we can do here.
MINM hitting new highs now, $5.64.
Nice call out there on the Bupkis on the MINM. Feels good to be a gangster in the DXC here.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
All right.
Order submitted.
All right, well, we got a little divergence here. We haven't seen a quad rotation yet, but we're getting very close to one. No position. I'm not taking anything here right now. Because
Order
and know
filled.
that
Order canceled.
Powell is
Order
coming up in less
canceled.
than 10 minutes, and there could be some volatility. You know, we
You're
have all
listening to
week,
Day
all
Trading
day,
Radio.
every minute to
Sign
trade.
up completely for free with no credit card.
Why take,
You
you know,
can
why
try out
get in
all
front of the
our
market at a
services for
position
10
where we're
days
not
at
familiar with and give it the chance to
DTR.TV/free.
shake us out?
Thanks
I'm
for
not going to do
listening
that.
and have a great day.
On even grounds, I want to beat this market. Thank you, DJ. Wow, big pop now.
MNK, Mallinckrodt, hitting a high now of 114%. Michael November Chico on William, MNK.
Now, he sometimes releases his speech early, so there might be releases of speech and a pop because of that. I never went back to the YouTube channel and see if they had any questions there. I'm sorry. PSNL, personalist. Pantera. All right. Oh, market here popped here. All right, we're going to get to that.
Yeah, order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Understood. He's
order submitted.
He's at a
order submitted.
Special event. So sometimes he makes comments. He makes us, you know, he usually starts off with a comment about the economy and makes some kind of news statement. He'll make an updated, you know, statement. Oh, so like you said, Bay Street said the last time he shot a bazooka at the market at this conference, he said that the global recession was likely. All right, well, maybe someone asked him the question. He goes, last year, this thing, you said a global recession. Do you still believe that's going to happen? I'd like to hear that question. Last time, that would be an excellent question to ask right now. Chairman Powell, last time you were here, you said that that a global recession was likely. What are your thoughts on that now? Boom. Market moving event. Pfizer. Now, Pfizer has to be one of the best bets of the day based off the HPS setups. That criteria I told you about, a trendline retracement. That is why I'm just banging the table on that Pfizer as a cheap stock. And we don't normally like Pfizer, but because of the magnet above us, it looks great for $1. Zyme here pushing back up, almost to 10. Pfizer at the highs. AbbVie here pushing back. Drugs looking okay. Tesla here finally starting to stall out. The paychecks here looking okay. All right, we're going to take a look. We'll have that ready for you on Powell's side here. There's the robot. You guys see that okay? on your dashboards.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio.
Here,
Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, a Republican, will run for president in 2024, according to a filing with the election regulator.
Okay.
The IOC shares resume on Biosep 1271 at the high.
Oh, Biosep here. Damn, that was, I remember trading that one.
Up 131% today for BIOC, and that was a recent
Recent reverse split. Look at, oh, BIOS here. Look at this. What is this thing?
Coming up in 5 minutes at 11 a.m.
Holy crap, what is this thing here?
Speaking.
Looks like a SPAC. BIOS. Let's take a look at BIOC. And that's the reverse split poppers. Well, this happens sometimes, and you get this gap and go. It's up to you if you want to take a shot on this. What you need to do is put a market order in to buy. It'll gap up, then you hope for another gap up and another, gap up, and you hope it doesn't just stop and reverse, because it is dangerous, but it does lead to big gains. This could be a $30 stock. It's kind of gotten away from me here, so I'm not going to chase that. Let me write these down again. Do I have, where's my pen? What's that doing over here? Alright, so Pfizer. We have UNH. SRG, Riley, WK, HW, CYCN, continue to go. We're starting to see some action here over on the PAL network. $675 here again, slowly moving up. Where did we give you this one early? Around 620. Now it's at 670. A lot of American flags. Are they up and ready to go? Let's take a look at their opening statement. Look at these people at the desks. All right, so what are we going to take from this?
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with
Turn
no
up the
credit
mic.
card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at
Put your lapel mic.
Laureate Ben Bernanke with us today.
Thanks for
Oh,
listening.
Ben Bernanke.
I've very much been looking forward to this conversation. I'm sure our audience has too.
Wow, this is going to be interesting.
This conference, as everyone knows,
Ben Bernanke, a former Fed chair. So we have two Fed chairs here going to make comments on the economy.
Personal reflections on working with Thomas from Secretary Janet Yellen, also a former chair of the Fed, and from President John Williams. And both of you worked closely with Thomas as well. So I'd like to give you both an opportunity to share your own thoughts about Thomas's contributions as an economist, as a central banker, as a colleague. Ben, maybe we can start with you.
Sure, and it's great to be here. I was Thomas's thesis advisor, and he worked with me on a book on inflation targeting when he was still a graduate student. And that was a long time ago, and he was not yet in his exalted position at the Fed when I was doing Jay's job. So
not much going on here.
Any short little anecdotes to give, but I do want to say that I think there's sort of two
Mark, you're getting a little bounce here.
They can have curriculum vitae accomplishments, and they can have what I call eulogy accomplishments. Curriculum vitae accomplishments are things like published papers and promotions.
All right, I'm just going to turn that back down here a bit.
Eulogy accomplishments are the things the family remembers.
Sound of my legs too much. Cricket's coming alive here.
Thomas was one of the few people who scored high on both dimensions. On the CV side, beginning with his work with me, he had a tremendous input into the Federal Reserve's framework, working on inflation targeting.
Hey, let's not forget that this is a quad rotate. This is a rock buy signal. Another amazing signal here off the lows. As it follows it up here with a trailing stop.
Deficits on interest rates, again, another contribution. So
again,
a lot of intellectual contributions at important points.
Head on to DayTraderRockStar.com for more information on getting that script. We are running a little Memorial Day sale for the lifetime packages that come with everything for lifetime. Day Trading Radio, all the alerts, the Rockbot, the Tradeometer, the School of Stock, the two big courses, the high probability setup courses, and the Divergence, Ultimate Divergence course, which are filled with over 40 hours of lessons. So that there's a discount until Sunday. It brings it down to $9.99 from $1,400. So take advantage of that. You go to DTR.TV/2023 for those prices. That's DTR.TV/2023, or just go over to DayTradingRadio.com. All the prices are adjusted on the site, on the order form, until Sunday.
Loved talking about economics, and his great enthusiasm and willingness to engage with me.
Are we going to see these guys arm wrestle? Because that's what I want to see.
Immediately evident. He was very gracious to me, and we had a lot of informative discussions. So rather than being his teacher, I was really his student in those early years. As you know, by the time, as you noted, Troy, by the time I became chair in 2008,
Fed fights, we'll call it. Remember bum fights? That was big on YouTube at one time when they get bums to pay them to fight each other. We'll have Fed fight.
Particularly important as the FOMC conducted our first ever public monetary policy review. He played a major role in organizing that, identifying key topics, and organizing the staff all through the Federal Reserve System. He also played an absolutely essential role during the critical period of the pandemic at the very beginning, when we were marshaling our forces and our tools.
Now, at one point during his speech, they're going to talk about the economy, and I think we're going to be able to see that happen. We're going to feel that happen. Like, let's move on to the economy. And I think at that point, maybe we take a fast little short in the futures, because the market here maybe reacted to the upside because speech is going on. They're not really mentioning anything negative. We're getting a little upset. Just waiting for the bomb to drop.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Agreement for the sentiments that both of you have expressed. Appreciate that. Before we get to some questions on some current issues,
oh yes,
I did want to ask you both about any formative experiences that you may have had that have shaped your views, particularly about your thinking about monetary policy. Paul Volcker, in his oral history interview, tells the story of his mother, who was adamant that he received the same dollar value monthly allowance when he was in college that his older sisters did 10 years prior. And of course, he was not too happy about that because inflation in the interim obviously
all right, wait, no one's waiting for this. No one's waiting for these little stories
here. So the story goes that was the beginning of his personal commitment to price stability. So Jay, do you have any such stories to tell?
Maybe not quite that on point, but so I graduated from college in 1975 during what we now call the Great Inflation, and same college year as Ben. And I started working as a lawyer in the financial sector in the late 1970s. I recall
order filled, order canceled.
Wow.
That high inflation was
now this is a little delayed, so they might be getting it to now.
Of the landscape, just something that we all had to accept and deal with, and that the costs of getting rid of it were too high. So you just were getting used to it. Of course, ultimately, the Fed did step up and restore price stability. And one lesson from that era is that price stability is really the foundation of a strong economy, and that the economy doesn't work for anyone without price stability. Another is
I should have took that short.
It is when we have high inflation, it is the responsibility and the obligation of the central bank to restore and sustain price stability. So today, while inflation isn't as high as it was...
see, he's dropping the bomb. This is probably a little delayed, probably 32-minute delayed, so you already got that move.
Experiencing high inflation for the first time in their lives. It's not a headline to say that they really don't like it. So we are very aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it reduces purchasing power, especially for those who are at the margins of the economy and living paycheck to paycheck and need to use all of their incoming income to pay for food, housing, and transportation and other essentials. And that's why the committee is so strongly committed to returning to our 2% goal. We think that failure to get inflation down would not only prolong the pain, but also increase, ultimately, the social costs of getting back to price stability, causing even greater harm to families and businesses. And we aim to avoid that by remaining steadfast in pursuit of our goals.
Thank you. Dan.
Well, I had mentors, Dale Jorgensen at Harvard and Stanley Fischer at MIT in particular, but I'm going to tell you about something that happened to me when I was 6 years old. I used to visit my grandparents in Charlotte, North Carolina during the summer, and I would sit on the front porch of their house and listen to my grandmother tell stories about her life. And she told about how she raised her family in Connecticut in the 1930s during the Great Depression. And it was a town that was specializing in shoe manufacture, and during the Depression, a lot of the factories were shut down. And she told me that...
All right, well, Mark here reacted a little on that Fed Powell's comments there. Seemed to hold the 42.18 level.
Because their fathers lost their jobs. Why did they lose their jobs? Because the shoe factory shut down. Now, I was only 6 years old, but I could see the problem with that argument. I said, well, why didn't they just open the shoe factories and make shoes for the children? And she said, it doesn't work that way. But I think it really was a puzzle to me that you had the same productive capacity in 1933 that you had in 1928. And in 1928, people were dancing to Charleston. And in 1933, they were in bread lines. And that really impressed on me, that economics can make really big difference in people's lives. And monetary policy is like that. I mean, it's, as Jay, of course, and all of you well know, that the decisions made in this building have a very broad and real effect on people's lives. And for that reason, besides its intellectual fascination, it's worth studying and understanding.
Okay, Sean Connery.
Thank you. I know that's certainly a key motivation for many people in this room to be working so hard. Okay, let's now turn to some topics of more current interest. And I'd like to start with the nexus between the financial system and the macroeconomy. Both of you, during your tenures as chair, have faced very significant historic financial crises. Ben, obviously you confronted the global financial crisis, and Jay, the global pandemic. Those episodes were clearly acute, very vivid examples of the connections between the macroeconomy and the financial system, as well as, I think, a good illustration of the role of central banks in such episodes. But Ben, your research, importantly, and the research that you have inspired, has really demonstrated that understanding the connections between the financial sector, credit markets,
you are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card.
Looks like we were gonna head a little lower here, guys.
For 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
So I want to get your take on those developments, how you think they match up compared to some previous episodes, and what they might mean for the economy.
Well, in some dimension, the recent crisis has followed the standard sequence. I don't know anything about Silicon Valley Bank other than what I read in the paper, so please don't misinterpret this. But it was a classic situation where they had assets that were subject to risk, and in particular, as interest rates rose, the value of their long-term assets fell and their capital fell. They had hoped to hedge that by their deposit franchise, where as interest rates rose and interest rates moved more slowly on deposits, that would partially compensate, but they were dealing with customers who were very social media savvy, and that didn't really work. So after the decline in capital, you had the second stage, which is runs, people taking out their money, which ultimately led to the collapse of the bank, despite, I may add, good efforts of the Fed and the FDIC to provide liquidity and provide support for depositors. The third stage of a banking crisis is contagion, and people looked at other banks and said, oh, they look sort of vaguely like Silicon Valley Bank. They got the same number of letters in their name and all kinds of things like that, and that caused people to begin to remove, deposits.
We got PAC W here dropping here a bit. Here, PAC W.
The reason this is important is that it ultimately affects credit conditions, and the Federal Reserve is, of course, looking at the effects of bank problems and other financial issues on the extension of credit, and therefore on the real
makes sense
economy.
that social media killed the bank.
So
rumors, runs.
In that respect, I think it's very similar to
a lot of chop going on right here. Look at this. This is extreme chop that's happened right here. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So
I would mention a couple of things.
Yeah, be a little careful here.
Differences. One is that
you're seeing relative strength in drug stocks here today. Here,
order submitted.
we just have a buy signal here on a divergence, but we are seeing relative strength in drug stocks. Pfizer, which is one of my best bets of the day here, and I discussed why, is pushing at the highs of the day as the market's pushing a little lower. And AbbVie here, hanging it here at 145 as the market's pushing a little lower. We take out the previous high now, pushing back into yesterday's candle. And let's take a look at the SPX here. And remember, we're going to be watching that SPX 5-minute time frame today, which hasn't gotten oversold yet. We got up here and we talk about failing. Whenever we fail on a 5-minute rotation, that's kind of a big sign.
Well, I guess a major reason that situation didn't get worse, and I think the contagion was very much contained, were the forceful actions, Jay, that you and the Federal Reserve took through the use of your liquidity tools, including the creation of the Bank Term Funding Program. However, in deploying these liquidity tools, that has come at, against this backdrop where the preeminent monetary policy concern is high inflation. And that's, of course, a little different from some of the earlier episodes, and has raised renewed discussions about the so-called separation principle, right? And so I wanted to ask you how you think about the use of financial stability tools and liquidity tools as opposed to more traditional monetary policy tools and how they fit together.
It's an interesting question, but I want to start by saying, though, that the overall, the banks and the banking system are strong and resilient and well positioned to deal with the challenges they may face now or in the future. So, as you pointed out, we do have separate tools: monetary policy to achieve our macroeconomic objectives, liquidity, supervisory, and regulatory tools to address financial stability issues. But I see an important distinction between separation. This is the separation principle. Separation and independence. Our tools can have separate objectives, but their effects are often not entirely independent. So the tools are complementary almost all of the time because financial and
market here,
macroeconomic
super
stability are so
chop going
deeply
on right now.
intertwined. In fact, our consensus statement notes that sustainably achieving maximum employment and price stability depends on a stable financial system. So because they're so intertwined, to me, there's not likely to be an absolute and complete separation of the tools, nor is that possible or desirable. And I think as Ben's research and the global financial crisis demonstrated, financial stability affects macroeconomic stability and vice versa. We saw that clearly at the outset of the pandemic. As a result, the tools that we use to address concerns in either arena can and will affect both, especially during extreme circumstances. That said, yes, the tools are separate, they have individual purposes, and most of the time each can be used for its intended purpose without compromising the other. For example, as you pointed out, when banking stresses emerged in early March, we used our liquidity tools, discount window and the Bank Term Funding Program, to make liquidity available to banks that might need it. And that liquidity supported the stability of the financial system without restricting the use of our monetary policy tools to promote price stability.
Pac W here getting the walloped here.
To calm conditions in the banking sector.
Pretty fast. It dropped $1.
On the other hand, are contributing to tighter credit conditions and are likely to weigh on economic growth, hiring, and inflation. So as a result, our policy rate may not need to rise as much as it would have otherwise to achieve our goals. Of course, the extent of that is highly uncertain. So.
Oh boy, something just happened.
Thank you. And of course, that I think the effectiveness of those tools is reflected in the fact that the FOMC has actually raised interest rates twice since the emergence of the banking strains.
So Yellen behind the scenes is making comments on banks right now. Let's see what she's saying here.
Which brings us to our next topic, which is in fact inflation. You know, in the pandemic and the aftermath, we've had many renewed discussions of the important and classic
policy rate may not have to rise as far as otherwise due to tightening bank
and
credit
in particular,
conditions.
the particular challenges that a supply shock can present to a central bank. And that's also raised a lot of questions in academia and in policy circles as to whether or not the inflation process post-pandemic is going to look quite different than prior. Jay, maybe we can start with you. A number of folks have argued that we are entering a new period where supply shocks will be more frequent. Would love to hear your views on whether you think that's a possibility and what that might mean for central banks.
So it's
order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Big divergence here.
Order filled.
Big divergence, a big reversal now here. Our market here just taking out both sides again. This is the
order filled.
Classic
order
algorithm
filled.
day. Ripping back up here now.
So I think that the best we can do at this stage is probably to just identify the factors that we think can lead to further negative supply shocks. I will say that, though, that positive supply shocks related to globalization largely probably contributed significantly to the period of low inflation that either ended or was interrupted by the onset of the pandemic. And I'm thinking there of the vast increase in global labor supply, the development of efficient global supply chains. You know,
we're going to move that DXC off the screen here. We're going to replace that with Pfizer.
Do not seem likely to be repeated. At the same time, the drivers of the current
quad rotation setup.
Oh,
order submitted.
Holy
order
crap.
filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
And that was a little delayed too, because I do have a little delay on it to confirm a rotation. So it would have actually came in right at the lows.
Order filled. Order canceled.
Supplies of energy, non-energy commodities. So we
already took profits. Big swings here going on here. But as you can see, just right at this point right here, we kind of had that. Let's see how this whole thing plays out right now.
Mercifully recedes into memory. We can't really know that now. But for policymakers,
I don't like it too much. I think the volatility is a little too choppy right now.
Providing price stability.
See if you could actually see how this 9-3 rotates back up to watch these.
So as Tomas and Ben,
co-authors,
wrote in the
let's call him Thomas. Thomas the Train. I don't say Tomas in the
quad rotation setup.
Tomas the Train.
Supply shocks should they come.
Ben, I'd love to hear your views on this.
So unusual events which disrupt normal economic functioning often are followed by inflation. Examples are World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and now the pandemic. And the pandemic just makes it harder for policymakers to understand what's happening and to react appropriately. And in particular, the pandemic scrambled the labor market, made it harder to judge the state of the labor market.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
There are many features of the pandemic that made this an unusual episode and a difficult episode to address. That being said, I think that, and I've done some research on this with Olivier Blanchard that we're presenting next week.
Quad rotation setup.
The basic mechanisms, I think.
This is a big, thick line here. Now, I'm doing some studies on when you do have that, you know, I talked about a rotation time frame. It takes about 10 minutes. If before sometimes you start to see that rotation. If it does chop around here, give yourself 10 minutes. If it's not started to rotate in 10 minutes, then it's probably going to go lower. We're about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes into this oversold level.
You know, what new shocks will come. We've got new technologies out there that might, you know, make big changes in our economy. We've got green investment, things like that might affect the price and availability of fossil fuels, and so there are many things that we can't predict. But I think that broadly speaking, that the inflation process has not changed, and it's one aspect of that, which is very good news, is that the Federal Reserve's credibility has helped keep inflation expectations, particularly longer-term inflation expectations, reasonably well anchored, which is always sort of the first step in getting control of inflation.
I'd be snoring back there.
Role of the labor market tightness in the inflation process.
I'd be like trying to listen to get through this conference.
Right on the eve of the pandemic, the unemployment rate was around 3.5%, a 5-decade low. Yet at the same time, inflation was kind of struggling to get up to 2%.
Put the camera on me. My face, my drool will be down my chin.
Here we are in 2023. The unemployment rate is roughly at the same level as it was prior to the pandemic. But of course, inflation is far above 2%. So in that context, should we be thinking about the relationship between slack in the labor market and inflation differently?
That person coughing in the background, 2 years ago, he'd be tasered.
What the natural rate of unemployment is, or is that really, or is slack really not the key to understanding inflation in the first place? Ben, you want to take that one first?
As I was talking about before, I think that the pandemic, to some extent, scrambled the usual signals from the labor market. And the Federal Reserve over time has begun to put more weight on things like the vacancy to unemployment ratio, which seems to give a better signal in a period of change when the labor market matching process is in change than the unemployment rate. So there has been some scrambling of those signals. That being said, it's simply not true that, even in people who've understood since the 70s, that there's not a simple inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment. In particular, what can break that relationship is supply shocks. And so during the 70s, we didn't particularly have tight labor markets most of the time. We had high inflation, because we had oil price shocks, which the Fed did not respond to adequately, B, because inflation expectations were not well anchored, and there was a strong tendency for price increases to feed into wage increases, to feed into price increases. So because of the presence of supply shocks and inflation expectations dynamics, there's no reason why low unemployment and high inflation can't coexist, but the remedies might be, depending on the situation, might be somewhat different.
Jay, how are you thinking about that?
So I'm very much in agreement with that. It's certainly true that we had both before and after the pandemic unemployment very low, close to 3.5%, but that we only had high inflation after the pandemic. Does that mean that our understanding of the relationship between slack and inflation is badly wrong, or that it has changed fundamentally after the pandemic? And my answer would be tentatively no to both of those questions. I think what really is different this time was the series of unexpected and persistent supply shocks that featured in the inflation process. I don't think labor market slack was...
That lady in the background, she's just coughing up a storm.
Inflation when it first spiked in
Mark got a little bounce back up to the previous high.
I do think that labor market slack is likely to be an increasingly important factor in inflation going forward. In particular, inflation in non-housing services is showing signs of real persistence.
This is a Fed day here. I'm going to consider this until Fed gets Powell gets off, and things are going to be choppy.
Sign up
And they're going to be back and forth based on the comments here.
You can try out all of our services
Let's
for 10
just
days
wait
at
this out here.
DTR.TV/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
I think using our standard framework for understanding labor market slack, you could say it this way, that the natural rate of employment probably rose sharply as the pandemic severely disrupted the labor market. And the implication of that would be that...
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
We have a 5-minute divergence here. 5-minute divergence. Setting up.
And as Ben mentioned, of course, after the pandemic, we began looking at much more closely at alternative measures, particularly vacancies, but also quits, which have been signaling even greater tightness than the unemployment rate alone might have thought to have been signaled. I mean, to put some numbers on it, we at the end of 2018 and the end of 2021, we had 4% roughly unemployment in both cases. In 2018, the vacancies to unemployment ratio was 1-to-1 essentially. In 2021, it was 2-to-1.
Order filled.
And that was a much better indicator, obviously, at that time of the simple standalone unemployment rate. Although, as I mentioned, you could also think of it as the natural rate being highly elevated. The other thing is, it may also be the case that the Phillips curve has steepened, meaning that inflation has returned, at least for now, to being more responsive to changes in the labor market slack. But the Phillips curve was once thought to be fairly steep after flattening. Relationships in the economy, like the Phillips curve,
order filled.
Time, so I would not characterize that as a problem for our understanding of
first target already hit on the.
Very good, thank you.
Rockbot 5-minute setup here.
To the top
now the 5-minute setup, if you look back over here,
order filled.
It has been a key level to watch for bounces. Every single 5-minute since all day, all morning, have been giving us big moves. Even a small move, it's giving us a small big move.
That can be hard. Both of you have been powerful advocates for advancing monetary policy communications, both with an eye toward making policy more effective.
But there is news, there is a comment, a live session going on here, and the market here is paying attention to it.
A critical role here,
so
advancing
it's up in the air what gets said here.
Including
KVUE here, is this going to be a buy? This could be the buy area, just an easy buy area. It just came down to the trend line, or at least came down into a flag area.
Would you highlight as being some of the most effective, most important, and where does some of
look at this
challenges?
I mean, is this just a perfect setup here?
Because I think you need to understand that
on
it
the
serves
hourly,
multiple purposes.
just about oversold on the hourly.
The narrow purpose is to try to align market expectations with the Fed's own thinking. I think that goes back to Alan Greenspan. If you go back to 1994, the first FOMC statement. I mean, since then, the Fed has tried at least to give some indication of what it's thinking and what it sees as the risks to the economy. But beyond that, you mentioned transparency and accountability. This is a powerful institution. It's very important that it be accountable to the Congress and to the public, and the best way to do that is explain what we
market just got hit here.
And how we're going to go about that. There's other reasons for communication. One I would talk about is feedback. We're having a conference here. If the Fed puts out the issues that it's concerned about,
market's down 5 points now.
We'll write articles or tweet and respond to that. Or in the case of the Fed Listens program, maybe it would be more ordinary people who are explaining, how monetary policy affects them. One final thing I would mention is diversity of views. Because the Fed has a consensus culture, and there are very few dissents normally, the outside perception is the Fed is subject to groupthink, which of course is possible, but with people
there we
talking
go.
about,
there, see, that's what's behind the scene. Deadline. Negotiations. Negotiations hit a wall as everyone walks out.
There's a range of opinion on
Debt limit talks hit roadblock as GOP negotiators walk out of the meeting here.
Press conferences, which I introduce 4 times a year after the
again, this is what we have to deal with.
Summary of Economic Projections, in which Chair Powell has taken to an art form.
They should lock him in a room.
And I think also, just the inflation target, the forecasts that we release.
Oh, that sucks.
There's a cultural change, which some people don't like.
You're listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Or something wouldn't talk very much about the global or national economy. Now you have a lot of people talking about the different aspects of the Federal Reserve's views, and again, that contributes to both market transparency and also to accountability to the local constituency and to the national constituency.
Jay, you of course have continued to push forward on the communications and transparency fronts. Welcome your thoughts.
I think the broader setting is that transparency is especially important today. Polling data show that many important public and private institutions globally have struggled to retain the public's trust and support in recent years. Now, we're an institution that serves a critical public mission, but to be here and work here is to know that the particulars of what we do and how we do it are not generally top of mind for most people. And on top of that, we have a critical and a rare grant of independence. And all of that, to me, means that we have a special obligation to explain ourselves clearly, what we do, why we do it, to provide transparency to the public and their elected representatives in Congress, so that we can
order submitted, order filled, order submitted, order submitted, order submitted.
Sustain our democratic legitimacy through this interesting period. My colleagues and I really
order
take that
filled.
as a primary and affirmative, proactive obligation, and not something we see as a burden or of second-order importance. So, in that spirit, to your point, we have followed the example of Chairman Greenspan, beginning in 1994 with the first post-meeting statement, through innovations, and Janet as well, in looking to
order filled, order canceled.
And a couple of examples: we now do a press conference after every meeting, not just every other one. We have greatly expanded our congressional outreach to be certain that we hear directly from lawmakers on
Good morning.
So that
Good morning. Today is Bike to Work Day. Here's a joke to get you rolling. What's the difference between a well-dressed cyclist and a scruffy guy on a unicycle? A tire.
Order
wah,
submitted.
wah, wah,
Order filled.
wah.
Order submitted.
Have a really
order
nice day.
Submitted. Order submitted.
I hate you.
For example, we now publish semi-annual financial stability and supervision and regulation reports. Of course, there are always communication challenges, especially I find about communicating the
Take care, Milo. Here, yeah.
Our assessments of
I gotta get to my garden too.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Our persistent
Market's down 10.75 right now. 10.75.
Policy paths from the SEP seem regularly to be taken as a firm plan or a committee decision, rather than what they are, which is a compilation of individual participants' best assessments on a particular day of appropriate policy, under the assumption that conditions evolve in line with their baseline forecasts. So that's just a challenge that we constantly face in the context of great uncertainty. Despite that, I would say, though, that the summary of economic projections has actually been very useful during this tightening cycle, as markets have looked ahead and priced in future rate hikes, long before they're actually implemented.
Your last point really brings up the idea of communications as being an effective policy tool. And I guess the key element of that is the use of forward guidance.
All right, a couple of things that are looking pretty good here. KYME here, Zyme. ZYME, sorry. ZYME, Zyme at the highs of the session. KVUE has a nice bounce off the bottom here, holding strength as the market crushes down.
But another school of thought,
drops down.
Should be just a regular part of communicating with the public to convey the committee's policy intentions, even far away from the effective lower bound.
We're going to take a look at the FinViz market map right now.
I do think it depends on circumstances.
Take a look at this, the tradeometer too. Oh man, this is pretty.
Have a materially different or clearer
this is disconnected. Is this thing going here? Let me double check this. Oh, I have to restart that in the morning.
Order
Always
submitted.
restart your tradeometer.
Order filled. Order submitted.
We'll get to that in a second.
Order
Here. This
submitted.
looks like a pretty good
Order
buy zone here.
submitted.
Off the pivot area.
There's a use case there.
Market put in a divergence here. It's probably going to hit his target real fast. We'll see. No position right now on this.
It also may limit flexibility. So I think we should use forward guidance sparingly when the course of policy is either reasonably well understood or, on the contrary, is so dependent on.
Let's take a look at the FinViz market map.
Can be said constructively about the future. And a good example of that.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
That releasing a forecast at that time might have been more of an obstacle to clear communication than a help. In contrast, as I
Order
mentioned a minute
filled.
ago, forward guidance has really been a useful and effective tool during the current tightening cycle, as financial conditions have tightened well in advance of actual rate increases.
Order
The
filled.
two-year
Order
tightening between the
canceled.
September 21 meeting and liftoff in March of 20, it tightened by 200 basis points.
All right,
before we
as you
ever
can
actually
see,
lifted rates, and that's significantly because of our communication.
You can't see underneath the finance.
So
Financials
in the
mixed
current
underneath
context,
where Jay
until
Powell is.
recently, it's been relatively clear.
Healthcare is a strong one. Healthcare is looking pretty good. Also, diagnostic research stocks, drug stocks, healthcare stocks looking all pretty good. And then we have oil and gas.
And we face uncertainty about the lagged effects.
ConocoPhillips.
And about the
Occidental Petroleum, some of the refiners, EOG looking good, Tesla's looking okay, Google's looking pretty good, Apple and Microsoft down. Really a mixed day. Definitely seeing strength in the healthcare stocks and in, again, those oil and gas
as I noted at the last press conference,
stocks here, energy stocks.
Ongoing one as we move ahead, meeting by meeting. Having come this far, we can afford to
Diagnostic
look at the
research.
data and the evolving outlook and make careful assessments.
Thank you. Jay, you mentioned that guidance can be useful at times when the public may expect a very different policy path than policymakers. How do you think about those sorts of situations?
You're right. So recently it has sometimes been the case that markets appear to be pricing in a different rate path than the committee expects will be appropriate. But I would say that that disconnect does not seem to reflect a misunderstanding of our reaction function or a lack of belief that we'll do what's necessary to bring inflation down. Rather, it appears to reflect simply a different forecast, one in which inflation comes down much more quickly than the committee participants think is most likely, perhaps due to a significant downturn. I would say also, so far the data have continued to support the committee's view that bringing inflation down will take some time. Moreover, something we often don't remember to think about is that market prices always reflect both expectations and compensation for risk. And what market participants say in surveys of their expectations is actually closer to the views in the SEP than what is reflected in market pricing. So ultimately, my colleagues and I have our forecasts, and market participants have theirs. Our role is not to advocate for our forecast. What we can do is be clear about our expectations for growth, unemployment, and inflation, and the likely implications for policy. As well, we want the public to understand how policy
4,200, losing 4,200 right now. Now let's go out on the cash chart here one more time.
Individual forecasts quarterly.
Then what would your takeaways be for the past couple of decades?
No, we're just getting oversold now. Oh, well, we have actually been oversold. We are in a really, look at it, we're at zero on the stochastic rotation. Zero. When we're at zero, that is really negative. That's not just being oversold, that's being embedded, and usually continued weakness will come from that. Big trend line here. We're looking maybe at a retracement trend line. That kind of got pushed out. Let's take a look at the hourly. Big candlestick on the hourly. Big downward move here.
Actually helps achieve the objectives. Delphic forward guidance is basically just a forecast.
Everything getting smacked down here too.
I think something different, but we're just trying to, as part
now,
of our
if you took that,
we're just trying to give you a sense
put,
of where the economy's going.
You're
and
up
how
about
we think
$150
will react. Now,
on that
as
put
Jay
right
points
now.
Out, there are
It's
some
kind of
problems in
165.
practice. One is people don't understand the difference all the time between
That's a tough
commitment
tough
and
call
a
right now.
forecast. That's something that Jay has emphasized, and I think that should be emphasized. Another is people underestimate the amount of uncertainty involved, which is enormous. So I don't think you can do without some form of forward guidance, because the idea of transparency says, here's what we see, and here's why we're thinking. And so the idea that there's no guidance at all, most of the time, I take
Order
2020
filled
as a counterexample, but most of the time you do want to give at least a sense of where you think
I just do here.
the economy and accordingly policy are heading. I think
Order
just
filled.
I editorialize one more minute. I think one of the issues is that the FOMC is so large and geographically dispersed that it's been difficult to come
You
up
are
with
listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up
Order
completely
filled.
for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening.
I took
and
my
have a
trade
great
off
day.
here.
Forecasts that are voted on, or they use market rates.
After I bought by
or
a
they
sec- I
publish the staff forecast.
bought
So
it.
there are different ways to go about
Doubled.
this, but again, I think that
I hate my IV because sometimes I don't see the sell buy, and
Order
sometimes when
submitted.
I look for a
Order
buy,
filled.
I hit the sell,
Order
and I
submitted.
look for a sell,
Order
I hit the
submitted.
buy.
Order submitted.
even if there's lots of uncertainty, which you can
All right,
say,
we just took profits on that.
normally is part of transparency.
So you highlighted uncertainty as being a key factor in dealing with some of these issues. Obviously, uncertainty is a pervasive feature of monetary policy
God
making,
damn it, Johnny.
And often invokes,
07.
The so-called risk management approach to making monetary policy. Maybe you can start, Jay, with you on this topic. The FOMC's raised the federal funds rate by 5 percentage points in a little more than a year. That's a very rapid pace by historical standards, as we all know. How do you view those actions in the context of the uncertainties that you and the committee faced about the economic outlook, and how did risk management considerations factor into your decision?
Turn alert in the box.
So I'll start by remembering that Alan Greenspan famously said that pervasive uncertainty
Quad rotation
was the
setup.
defining characteristic of the policy landscape. It's worth remembering that he made that comment during what we now think of as the Great Moderation. So that statement has never been more
I can't
apt
believe I
than it
did
is
that.
today. If you look back, the pandemic, the global shutdown, the historically
Can't believe
forceful
it.
response and the reopening, all of that had no modern precedent. So it has been a
Instead
time
of selling, I bought one,
historically
and then I
elevated
put in two more, and then I
uncertainty.
bought two more, and then I had to sell
No
them
advance
all.
the economy had ever faced a shutdown and a reopening, and now all of them.
Oh,
are facing the same
God.
thing. So no matter what happened, the outcome was going to be unprecedented. So this level of uncertainty posed real
Damn.
challenges for policy and policy.
Well, at least it wasn't a
communication. On the
disaster.
one hand, we had to be nimble to be able to respond to the evolving situation. On the other hand, we wanted to be as clear as possible about what we were doing, lest we add to uncertainty. So I would say policy certainly has been
Nice trading so far today.
Order filled.
So here we
Order
go, big
filled.
pop here.
Quad rotation setup.
Declining inflation
Order
through
filled.
September of 2021, but then turned decisively against that expectations thereafter. And we, in response, we accelerated our policy firming, ultimately, as you noted, raising rates by 500 basis points in just over a year. Over this period, we communicated that the object was to reach a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. But we also communicated that the level of rates that would ultimately be required was highly uncertain. Now, until very recently, it's been clear that further policy firming would be required. As policy has become more restricted, the risks of doing too much versus doing too little are becoming more balanced, and our policy has adjusted to reflect that fact. So we haven't made any decisions about the extent to which additional policy firming will be appropriate, but given how far we've come, as I noted, we can afford to look at the data and the evolving outlook and make careful assessments.
Quad rotation setup.
Ben, when you became a policymaker, you
that's pretty
were
good.
well versed in sort of the academic literature on decision
Yeah, I
making
moved from
under
that side to this side.
Yeah. How does it work in
I
practice?
think uncertainty when you're an academic is trying to decide whether your error term is Gaussian or not. In actual policy making, you don't even know what the current quarter GDP is, because it's going to get revised, several times down the road. I remember when I was sitting on the board as a member of the board, and Greenspan was in the chair.
It is difficult sometimes to make those mistakes. I do it every so often because I don't.
Data, and
you push the, on the IB thing. You either push the I push the price on limit or the ask, and it'll bring up the trade. And sometimes I just push the price, not realizing it'll bring up a buy. I don't look at the buy, and I just hit market order, and I think I'm selling it. And the next thing I know, I'm buying it, and I have two, and I did it again. And I did the same exact thing, so I doubled down again. By the end of the whole thing, I had 4 contracts. And I sold them all again. And I was like, oh my God. Just because I'm moving so fast.
And unfortunately, given that monetary policy works with a lag,
but that's okay.
Given that there are risks on both sides of the
eBay here dropped back down here a bit here. I'm still watching that one, still watching the page. Everything did get a pullback.
Do the best you can.
We have a quad rotation here, and it's starting to move back up a little.
Very good. Thank you. We are getting close to the end of our allotted time.
Allotted time is getting close. Here we go.
Sign up
Should we go for a rally here now?
You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free.
Do we get a relief rally on this?
As well as to the policymaking community.
So I guess I would start with the labor market, and what we talked about earlier of vacancies in particular.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Big 5-minute divergence too. This could be nice. I mean, you have a 7 point. All right, let's see. All right, I'm just let this roll back up here with everything we're holding long. We just took our hedge off for a nice trade. And now we're just riding the thing right back up.
Order filled.
Prepare for this market to take out the highs. Here we go.
Situation. I think
we just threaded that needle.
On monetary policy, it's going to be interesting to look back and try to understand
order
how
filled.
Inflation spread.
There's profits being taken on across the rock bod here. 1 minute. Now remember, again, I didn't put out that video again. On this video I'm going to send out to you if you haven't watched it from yesterday. This is an important video. It talks about this setup. And this setup
through really into the service sector where I think we're seeing much progress.
When you have a quad rotation and a divergence at the same time, you want to take those. That's your must-take trade, especially for beginner traders, because that's your best opportunity. You have a divergence plus a quad rotation. You have the biggest move here possible because of the 5-minute setup. If you're coming to work and you got to go to work, this is when you go to work. You gotta take that setup. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But that's why we're here. And I know that's
order filled.
But that was a good setup right there. It was a quad rotation divergence, plus it was a 5-minute divergence. You got a nice pop.
I think that we really do not understand to the extent that we need to. The relationship.
And you know what? This market could run right back up.
Risk-taking, balance sheet.
Now, here we have what we call a first sell zone here. It's when the stochastics rotate back over the 80. Right about here, lots of times we'll run into a little weakness. Now, depending on what the lower stochastic is, it's going to depend on how we're going to act on this. Is this going to come back and give us a bull flag and then continue higher? Or are we going to kind of just turn over and actually start heading back down? Either way, this is a great level, great area right now to take initial profits and move your stop up to break even. That way you keep it on because, overall things still look pretty good. Oh, and I'm not even showing it to you on the screen here. Here I go. Sorry about that. All right, Bernanke seems to be over here. So we might get a little relief rally. And what I was talking about here, there's your relief rally. Now, what I'm talking about here is our setup here. The quad rotation, which we did see, and the push back up. And if you take profits, you take it on the first rotation above the 80 line. And you want to hold on to that if your stochastics are pushing up on the 5-minute. It gives you a much bigger move here. All right, so let's get rid of this. All right, thank you, pal, for putting a headache on our. Bell curve. This morning's guest on CNBC was saying the June 1st is a trail balloon. Trial balloon? However, June 1st is the oh no moment. Trail or trial balloon? Trial. Yeah, they say there's no real. They probably have more money to hold out for another month or something, right? Or it was July. It was July.
You're listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You
and then
can
there's
try
an amendment
out all
that
of
President
our services
could
for 10 days
evoke,
at
or he could do something to prevent the
DTR.tv/free.
default.
Thanks for listening and have a great day.
I don't remember what the whole thing is on that, but this has happened before, and this is a political game. This is definitely posturing and political games going into the election, and Republicans versus Democrats, and who's going to put the market, who's going to put the American people at risk, who's going to look like the winners, who's going to save the world. They all should be arrested. All right, right up against the 50-period moving average. There's a little thing I like to call, the 50, the 20. If the 20 is holding pretty good for multiple times, and here we kind of broke through it a little at 11 o'clock, but we held it here, and we got through it. If it does hold one or two times, then the 50 typically holds, meaning that if we are holding underneath that, and we get to the first test of the 50, then look for a pullback. Could continue to move higher. Like I said, we could be seeing the starts of a bull flag here. That KVUE was a buy opportunity. Well, it wasn't. That was a really good buy opportunity. KVUE. It's right back up to the highs. It came down here, got down to the lower trend line, just off of it. Big candle, reversal candle now. This thing turns back up, moves higher. Just over time, it's going to be much higher. Tylenol, Listerine. This is the new Procter & Gamble. This will be a Procter & Gamble type of stock. This will be a Colgate-Palmolive type of stock. This will be a General Mills, or maybe I would say Colgate.
Aside from a fixed environmental files perspective, that is offering about 2.5 million shares of common stock. That's in a filing. Papa Echo Sandy, India.
What's CL? All right. I mean, we're not going to go back to when Colgate was an IPO or where it started, but they all start down here. 2-for-1 split. 2-for-1 split early in the 99 era. $11:53. Hey Alexa. Good morning.
Good morning. Today is Plant a Vegetable Garden Day. Here's a joke to celebrate. What's the stubbornest vegetable of them all? The piece de resistance.
Well, I thought that was the worst joke I've ever heard. I planted potatoes this year.
You are listening to DayTrading Radio. Sign
potatoes,
up completely for free with no credit card.
Carrots.
You can try out all of our services for
Those
10
work
days
good.
at dtr.tv/free.
Peas.
Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Some broccoli. A few tomato plants. A few pepper plants. Some more peas, more beans. So I have strawberries. I always have strawberries. Then I've eggplant, lettuce, spinach, some cilantro, of course basil. That's it. I think that's my garden this year. I didn't put too many cucumbers in this year. My vine, I think I do have a cucumber plant I did plant. I want to try to get those climbing though, so they stay off the ground. But I always do good tomatoes. I mean good potatoes. They're easy. Onions are good. Carrots are good. For you people out there with a green thumb, I have a lot of clay in my dirt. I don't know what a good plant that thrives in a clay-rich environment. If I dig down more than a foot, it turns into pure, real good clay. I mean, I could actually make a vase. Market trying to get a little pop here. It is a nice little flag. And then we see some selling coming in now.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
All right.
White House says that both sides negotiate in good faith and reckon when they want a deal is still possible.
Well, it doesn't sound too positive. Too positive, does it? Hey Alexa, play question of the day.
White House officials says Democratic votes will be needed.
Welcome back to Question of the Day. The topic is literature. It is worth 3 points. Which Greek playwright famously wrote Oedipus the King, or Oedipus Rex? Choose from the following: A. Aeschylus, B. Sophocles, C. Electra, or D. Medea.
Repeat.
The topic is literature.
I don't know this one.
It is worth 3 points.
Let me hear it
Which
again.
Greek playwright famously wrote Oedipus the King, or Oedipus Rex? You can choose from A. Aeschylus, B. Sophocles, C. Electra, or D. Medea.
B. That's the only one I know.
Good job. With Aeschylus and Euripides, Sophocles was one of 3 classical tragic playwrights in ancient Greece. His plays, Oedipus the King and Antigone, are his most well-known works.
Wow.
You are with the 70% of fans who got this one right.
Wow, 70%.
You have earned your 130th literature badge and 3 points.
Smart
You have
people out
3
there.
correct answers in a row. You have earned a total of 4,510 points. Here is your bonus question. The topic is literature. It is worth 6 points. Which American poet coined the phrase, "ships that pass in the night"? You can choose from A. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, B. Emily Dickinson, C. Langston Hughes, or D. Robert Frost?
A.
Order filled.
That's right. In his poem The Theologian's Tale, from his 1863 collection, Tales of a Wayside Inn, Longfellow writes the following: ships that pass in the night, and speak each other in passing, only a signal shown, and a distant voice in the darkness, so on the ocean of life, we pass and speak one another, only a look and a voice, then darkness again and a silence. You are with the 38% of fans who got this one right. You have earned your 131st literature badge and 6 points. You have 4 correct answers in a row. You're great at trivia, but let's see if you are smarter than a 5th grader.
Let's do it.
Say yes to try, and are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Yes. Oh yeah. Let's kick some kid ass.
Welcome to Are You Smarter
That
Than a
doesn't sound right.
Grader? You've got a brainy box waiting for you. Let's open it now so you can claim over 300 free bonus trophies in the 2-player edition of the game. Are you ready to open your box and start your 7-day free trial?
No.
Okay.
Order filled.
For today's
Order
double trophy
canceled.
challenge, you'll be facing off against Saphir. Now, let the showdown begin. For your first 2 trophies, answer this first-grade animal science question. Natural fleece comes from the hair grown by which of the following animals?
Sheep.
Option A, sheep. Option B, caterpillars. Option C, silkworms.
A.
You were right. Saphir had no clue what the answer was. Now for 4 trophies. Answer this second-grade English question. How many articles are in the following sentence? Marky saw an owl, which is a nocturnal animal in the bird family.
Repeat. I forget. I don't know this.
How many articles are in the following sentence? Marky saw an owl, which is a nocturnal animal in the bird family.
3. Owl, bird.
Great job.
And
Only
the other
you
one.
knew the right answer. Now for 6 trophies. Answer this third-grade English question. What part of speech is the word how in the following question? How do you do?
A question.
Both of you answered incorrectly. The answer is adverb.
Oh.
At the halfway point, you're ahead of Saphir by 6 trophies. Now for 8 trophies. Answer this 4th-grade math question. In a set of numbers, if 3 is the lowest number and the range of the set is 7, what is the maximum number? Giving you some time to think.
9.
If you need more time,
9.
just say more time. In a set of numbers, if 3 is the lowest number and the range of the set is 7, what is the maximum number?
9.
The answer is 10. You're both incorrect.
No.
Now for 10 trophies. Answer this 5th-grade math
3,
question.
4, 5, 6, 7.
What 2-dimensional
It's 9.
shape is formed by the intersection of a plane through the center of a sphere?
Repeat. I didn't hear the question.
What 2-dimensional shape is formed by the intersection of a plane through the center of a sphere?
Repeat. It's a half circle. It's a half circle, but it would be a repeat. Repeat.
You and Saphir got that one right. You got 10 trophies for that one. Coming into the finale, you're still ahead of Saphir by 6 trophies.
All right.
It's time for the extra credit. But watch out, this question could come from any grade. Now, for 6 trophies, answer this final 3rd-grade math question. In U.S. currency, which is the greatest? Option A, $500 billion. Option B, $660 billion. Option C, $999 million.
A.
I missed something. Can you say it again?
A.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Alexa. Repeat.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Alexa, go back to the game.
Today Trading Radio.
Which skill do you want to enable?
For free with no credit card. You can try out all of
I'm
our
having trouble
services for
hearing.
10 days at
Can you say that again?
DTR.TV/free. Thanks for listening
Alexa,
and have a great day.
what celebrity birthdays are today?
Celebrities born on May 19th include Malcolm X, Paul Pot, Sam Smith, Ho Chi Minh, and Andrei Rene Roussimoff.
Okay. Alexa. What happened today in history?
On May 19th, 1536, Anne Boleyn, the second wife of Henry VIII of England,
Got her head
is beheaded
chopped
for
off.
adultery, treason, and incest.
Awesome. Sure she didn't do any of that. That guy was a maniac. All right, 4,200. We're hanging on that 4,200. Alexa, what's the weather today?
Right now in Nyack, it's 65 degrees Fahrenheit with
Freaking
partly sunny
cold out.
skies. Throughout the day you can expect more of the same, with a high of 70 degrees and a low of 54 degrees.
All right, well. Snowflake has dropped off here. Pack West here pushing back up a little. Boeing has dropped. Things have kind of settled in here now. Probably most of the fun of the day is behind us. We did do a good job by taking profits today. And we also had a nice little short. Question is here, is the lows in? Are the lows in? Type in a 1 if you think the lows are in. Type in a 2 if you think we're going to head lower. Let's get this room cracking here. Coach here thinks the 2s are coming. The lows are coming again. Suno with a 1 says we're off the lows. We're going to stay off the lows. Shuttleworth here with a 2. Thanks, guys. Let me take a look here what we have on our runners list here today. So Bridger Aerospace Group Holdings here. This was an IPO recently. That's interesting. That's actually starting to move back up here. Keep an eye on this. This just popped up on my screen. Is this halted? Yeah, this is halted. Someone just this is interesting here. It just got halted $1 up. Now let's take a look at this again. This is already up $1. Popped here, pulled back. Aerospace Group 20. I like this. I kind of like this. Let's keep an eye on this. Sammy Bay is looking for a 1. Cool C's bot here. Didn't you have on the bot the float and stuff? Trends up. Definitely worth watching here. I don't know if it's worth taking on the open though. I have a feeling this one could be a runner though. BAER. There we go. Taxis. it's holding the 20 right now. MNK here. We looked at that earlier, $2. It's now at $4. It doubled. Basically doubled out of the gate here. Sun Car here has been drifting. Birds, nothing going on there. Biok came back strong. Came back really hard here. Like I said, you can't chase that up there. But this one is interesting. The BAER. BAER could be a runner.
Radio.
Again,
Sign
recent
up
IPO.
completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services
Has
for
an
10 days at
obvious 25 high over here. Just started. It's opened up here.
For listening and
Just
have a
opened
great
up,
day.
and we opened up, and we might be gapping up here. Let's see here. We're gonna put another circle here at 725, 736.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
A second gap would be PAER. Have warrants on this too. Keep an eye on it. If I can find it, we'll print it. If it only prints it on the first alert message, not let's try not to be spam. All right, thank you, man. I didn't even check the first one. Hold off on that. We got a we have a little divergence set up here, so curious to see if this plays out at all. I don't know if we should take this or not. Just stretching out here. Don't worry. Great tune for today. Friday I'm in Love.
RPS halted for news. Crystal Biotech shares halted pending news.
Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled.
Here we got Tio here.
Budget talks will be difficult. Said real difference between sides on budget. Working hard on bipartisan debt solution. That's from Bloomberg.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
All right, it is 12:14. We're probably going to have to do some type of lunch today. I got to start working on the watch list too here. I'll be here all night. I am doing a lot of research as we work together here today. But, wait for another quad rotation here. See if we get a quad rotation down the road.
APLD, price target rate at B Raleigh from $7 to $17. That's Alpha Papa Lima Delta, APLD.
All right, let's take a little break. That's the best thing we could do right now. Let this market here settle in. It's 12 o'clock. Let's reconvene in 30 to 40 minutes. I'll try to grab something to eat and stretch my legs a bit. I'll leave that up like that here. Looks like a divergence here, though. But definitely a kind of a little divergence to the upside right now. But I'm going to leave that as it is. Keep an eye on that rock bot. It's been on fire. Reconvene here. About 30, 40 minutes. I'll see you in a bit.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order filled.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
All right, we're back here, would you?
Order filled.
See what we can do at the end of the day here. CYN here now dropping back down. CYCN. Alright. Back here with you. Let's move that over there. It's time coming off the peak. What packs here coming back alive here? Everything coming back alive here a bit. Alright, things are looking pretty good. How's everyone doing out there? You guys are going to take a walk through Nyack with me in a bit here. I'm going to put us on a mobile camera here. I'm going to take us through Nyack. For a Friday special tour of my town. Alright, good. Now we have Abby here. Approved another FDA approval. Yesterday got approved for their drug for Crohn's. Now it looks like they got another approval, FDA, first and only biseptic antibody to treat adult patients with relapsed or refractory diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Thank you very much, DJ Wilson. Well, I wake up and I see that there's a rockbot on here right now. So you know what? Let's set up that. Like I told you, I was going to set up the rockbot on my trading account. Let's do that. I must. Morning, don't forget what I saw. 100 million bottles. All right.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order filled. Order canceled.
So what we're going to do is we're going to put this on the live account here. I'm going to show you the parameters I'm going to use. And this is, we're going to put that on your, hopefully it'll show up your account as if it's connected to your NinjaTrader. And we're going to put the parameters again. Believe it or not, you can see 0, 0, 0, 0. This doesn't really even matter. Stop loss ticks. We can put 0 there too if you want. And we're just going to put the trailing stop on here. We're going to put the trailing stop as 4. And we're going to enable that. So it's going to just activate. Oh, you can't see the screen. Sorry about that. Why not? Sorry about that. No, not that. That's the bot. Alright, so I was just showing you this, but I guess I gotta go back and show it to you, alright? Alright, so this is your NinjaTrader platform. This is your account. And we'll pull down the strategies. And over here I'm going to show you again here. So we say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. One contract only, or 2 or 3, whatever. I'm just going to activate it. So we take these. And the trailing stop is 4. Stop losses. That could be 0 too, but that won't. That'll automatically turn to 1 because this is going to be their stop losses. Signal bar low. That'll be set like that. Everything else is set. Apply it. Boom. And then it'll actually fill in every divergence it took. You can see each one of these was nailed. So why wouldn't you just use this? Every single one. Trailing stop is going to go. So what's happening here is that it's moving up and it's moving up a trailing stop, and it's just trying to follow it up as best it can. So we're going to let that run. I'll put that back up here, and this will identify. And we'll manually override any of the setups here. 421. The VWAP's right above us on that level. Let's take a look at that cash chart. Remember, another good thing, and I still didn't send something out for you guys. The cash chart. I gotta send something out to you guys. So here's your SPY here on the daily. Let's take a look at the SPY on the 5-minute. Remember we talked about the 5-minute. Well, you have a huge divergence here. Huge closing price divergence, with a closing price and the higher stochastics on the 5-minute chart. That was your bottom right there. Really nice one. Big reversal candle on that. That's on the 5-minute. 3-minute here. 1 minute. Everything. Here's the 1 minute right up against the 200.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
KLA, Nicola popping, $100 stop on volume now, November Kilo Lima Alpha, and KLA.
Still in the sharps. The sharps didn't get our bounce yet, but I'm still in this one. Hasn't got a bounce yet. We're in right around this. Well, what's my price on this? I'm actually at 124. It's down here a bit. But it's an interesting one here. See if it holds this level, pops back up. We're still holding on to that. You guys, everything good in the room? I'm stuck under the 200 here.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
BOD, Vodafone getting a pop here to the high. Victor Oscar Delta, Vodafone.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Hey, Jeep Trader, thanks for asking that. You know, I was at my house yesterday. I was noticing that too, and that was one of the questions I was going to bring up because I wasn't getting anybody telling me they weren't seeing that 23 buy on that. So what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that 23 buy is the 5. It should be the 5 minute is the same thing, but it's renamed and it's actually just adjusted on the thing. So as long as you're using the 5 minute, there's not much of a difference. You should be getting the same signals I am. Just make sure that you're getting the same signals. But I gotta fix that because there is a thing. So I downloaded it on my computer at home, and I noticed that it wasn't at 25 long, so I was using my 5 minute, and the 5 minute was working fine. So I knew
UAB shares popping to the high, 69 cents.
The 5 minute and the long 23 is the same though, except the label probably is still saying 5 minute, even if you put it on the 1 minute. But thank you for letting me know, because that was one of the questions I actually was meaning to ask some people. I want to get people, people to start appreciating and using this and working together. I know, we were going to have a forum. I'm working on a forum for the Rockbot, and some other feedback areas where people could make improvements and ask for upgrades and stuff like that. I wish I had, someone else working side by side that would take care of that for me while I did the show. So lots of times this has to wait until times like the weekend or times like Friday when I'm off the air. But today I'm on the air. That's when I do a lot of my updates. Question is here now, are we going to roll over a bit here? I got to take this for a second. I'll be right back.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to take that phone call. All right, back here with you. Markets here, kind of the latter part of the day now.
Order
coming
submitted.
Up on 2 o'clock.
Order submitted.
Got a little,
Order filled.
little
Order
divergence
submitted.
going
Order
there.
filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
This looks real weak. So I might hold off on these divergences until we start to see a better setup here. Again, this is where you have to recognize that sometimes you can't put the pot on auto. You know, you want to pick in your spots. I would wait for a quad rotation here. Quad rotation's almost ready to set up, meaning that, but it might not be ready yet. We're very close to the lows, and coming up on 2 o'clock on a Friday, having negotiations. Markets don't look that healthy right now going into the close. Sniper Sam in the room here, so I have a quick. I wanted to point out, you see a quick 1 minute divergence under about 12:30 right here. Yeah. Let's see here. What was that? Those divergences in the shape seem to be very powerful. Yeah. Let's take a look at that. I want to bring it over in the Rockbot too, because at 12:30 it did identify that divergence too. At first I had one here, and then it kind of had a trailing stop, and then it came back, and then that was the real divergence here, and a big move up here. Then we had a nice pullback here and a nice move up, and then this drop here kind of got us a little choppy, depending on how you have this working for you. It's moving up a little here. But the 1231 where you have
quad rotation setup.
Quad rotation, there you go. Yeah, that quad rotation and that divergence. That's also a 5 minute divergence. So the 5 minute divergence happened at 12:30 was key. That was really a nice one. If we look back over on this screen here, you'll see between this low and this low, and well, actually, you're not really seeing it here. Not that one here. This low. I see it I see it better as a closing price divergence. I'm seeing this lift here on the lower stochastic band here. We're in a trade right now. that the bot put us in here.
You are listening
but that
to
higher low,
Trading Radio.
this came down
Sign
relative
up
to
completely for
where
free
the
with
low
no credit
was.
card.
And
You
that's,
can try out all of our
you know, one of those
services for 10
divergences
days
that,
at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a
you know,
great
when we
day.
see that
quad rotation setup.
Quad rotation here. Now we have a quad rotation here. It's still pushing higher. Now we moved up to break even. Now this is the tricky part. You know, got us into a trade, moved us up to break even, like we said. But this market here, very very hard to get any follow through, especially above that 20 period
Order
moving average.
filled.
So it came back down. It didn't take any losses, but it's still, you know, if you gave it a little bit more time, you know, so it takes it out flat, tries to get a pop. It's really, this works really good when you have some news and it jumps on it really quickly and you get a big run. That trailing stop will follow it quickly right up, and you don't lose anything. You actually get a trade. If it's kind of a grindy market, you get a divergence. You get, you know. Just wanted to show
quad rotation setup,
how that sets up there. Let's see here. What do we have? Double check that like that. See how I wonder how this day is going to end. Punk rocker, great tune here, punk rocker.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Trailing stop.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
All right, here we go.
Order filled.
Very tight,
Order
tight
submitted.
stop here.
Order submitted.
Extremely
Order
tight
submitted.
stop.
Order filled. Order
On
submitted.
this, on my
Order filled.
see, it didn't even
Order
give,
filled.
didn't,
Order canceled.
wasn't
Order
a good
canceled.
reversal candle. It was too tight of a candle here. Still setting up here. It might come in here in a second. Take a look at what else is there moving around.
JRYS Bristol Biotech announced FDA approval for Vyjuvek. For dystrophic epidermolysis bullosa. That's Kilo Romeo Yankee Sandy. Shares for a hold. And will resume at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Right off
Order
the pivot
submitted.
here.
Order submitted.
Little better pivot. A little better pivot. But this is, again, these are the situations where you should actually step aside because of that grind down. You know, you don't have that good feeling to the markets right now, especially if you're trading off the lows. You know, when you're stuck near the lows, the market tends to kind of gravitate towards those. The stops down there, probably wants to test those.
Order filled.
So you want to be very careful.
Order canceled. Order
that.
canceled.
So I would, again, that's why I like to, let's move that off here. Let's actually turn that off here so we don't just play that game, and we're just going to identify the right areas.
You're listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
See, I'm not taking this right now. This appears more of a bearish setup right here. But again, I would just recommend just saying, hey, we did great first part of the day, had some good movement in the markets. Markets have now coming to the latter part of the day on a Friday. We're kind of drifting. No one knows what it's going to do. We're hanging on the pivot, very close to the lows. Again, that's a concern. I would just step aside here and just, unless you see a real good 5-minute or quad. Another quad might do it. We're set up for a quad. Kind of a triple bottom here, so it's going to be an interesting level. See if we'll hold this trend line.
Order filled.
Did take profits on the rock bot captured that last one. Of course, that's the time I turned it off on my screen. Perfect.
Order filled.
It was a trend
Order
line.
canceled.
All right, so rock bot got that. Trade because you tend to burn.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Alright, I just sent that video out to everyone, in case you didn't get it. Could be a little divergence on this trend line too. Big area. If we break down through, we're taking out the lows. If we hold this here, which could be a chance here of holding this.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Take a little shot here. We have some profits to play with, so I'm going to take a little. See if we hold this trend line, and if we don't, we'll put a real pretty tight stop on this again, just a couple points. So we're not risking more than $5-10 on this. So that's what it looks like right there. Not a confirmed divergence, but something to work on. I don't hear music anymore here. I think we lost, or I think we're going to the next playlist here. Doesn't look good. The market looks tired at the end of the day. People taking off early. I think we're going to drift here. If we break this trend line, we could actually go into a more steeper little sell here. Nice return back up here on the
Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Stop filled.
Yeah, so I just took that off. That looks like weak here, market here. Better to the short side. And that'll probably puts in a nice little divergence now. But trend line is broken. We're at the lows. Seeing some selling here. eBay here. Let's take a look at eBay again. I am holding some calls in that. It's not really doing much. When that thing sets up, it will. Looking for that retest of that trend line, weren't we? There, market here broke down. Nothing from the poppers today. Didn't do much on the poppers. Let's review what we did today. See what we did today anyway. Today's the 19th. All right, we ended up buying a put right off the bat this morning when the market up. That worked out good. Made a couple hundred and change on that. Then we sold our DXC, which we were long into earnings, and that reversed hard. It reversed to the upside. Let's take a look at that chart. DXC. And you can see that big reversal candle. We took that off on the pop. So we're all out of that. It's been drifting sideways. We sold our calls. We sold our stock. We're out of it totally. ISRG, we had that nice pop. Picked up a couple $100 on that. Or 171 to be exact. ISRG. We took that off early this morning too on the pop. And it's been drifting here. Picked up some Pfizer. And then we took our profits on our put. The Pfizer, not much going on here. Was acting really good. It's being pressured by the market here. I like the target here, though. This is my target over the next week. This reversal to the trend line. Birds had a reverse split. RIGL, Regal Pharmaceuticals. That one's been in the news. I haven't touched that one yet. STXS. That was looking pretty good. But now it doesn't. At the end of the day here. One's holding up pretty. MNK. Rubicon here. It's 69 cents. Not really that interested in that. Yeah, so not much on. Friday sometimes is not the best day for those. Oh, there's the pop there. There's the pop for you. Is there any news here? Jumped in on that fast. We'll see if there's any news. It might be just a little fake out before the low is being hit. That happens a lot. So you want to just take profits quickly into these pops. Unless there is some news. I'm not hearing anything here come of that. I just took profits on that.
Submitted. Order filled.
There it is. There's a big pop there. Wow. Big pop.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Damn. There's a pop there. Wow, look at that. It was coming around.
ARYS Crystal Biotech shares resumed trading, up about 5.5% now, 93.67 following that FDA approval.
See, that would have been a good one for our rock bot. That would have captured all that. It would have captured it all. It did. Rock bot did capture it all here.
Order filled.
Just captured it all here. Just followed it right up here. That's what you wanted to see, those tight stops. We got through the 52. There might be something behind this. The volumes came in here a little after 2. We're up nice on that. Now we're down.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free.
Order submitted.
Thanks for
Order
listening
filled.
and have a great
Order
day.
submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day. You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Order submitted. Order filled.
It'll be interesting if that news is right. We have a possible rumor in the room. Elon Musk being told by contacts that China has rejected Tesla's application to build the Model 2 in Shanghai out of fear it would challenge the local leader BYD. Boy, that's BYD in the low price $25,000 category. Gordon Johnson tweet. Market trying to lift here, holding on to that trend line a bit here. Trying to get through that trend line, trying to get back up to the 200. Or do we break down to the lows here? We're at a pivotal area right here, 230. Definitely a pivotal area in the markets. Market's starting to come off the lows a bit here. Back over the 2050 period moving average, back over the pivot area. Question is, do we hold this trend line and start moving up into the last hour? A little pop going on. The VWAP's above us. Alright, that's good.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up
Take a look
completely
at
for free with no credit
yesterday's
card.
rally.
You can try out all of our services for
What
10 days
happened
at
yesterday. See if
DTR.TV
there's any
/free.
correlation
Thanks
between
for
that. Happened
listening
right
and have
about
a
this
great
time,
day.
right here. Now look at what I'm seeing here. My observation skills. Call me Indiana Jones of the markets here. Look at this downward channel line. Look at this over here. 11, 12, 1, 2 up against the trend line. 11, 12, 1, 2 up against the trend line. Now we have this big black line here in our way too, but we could have a pop here, and this is exactly the time we had a rally yesterday. Now, is the machine's going to turn on here? I want to say interesting to see this, right? It's very interesting to see this. You guys recognize that, right? You know what I say. Black lines matter here in this chart, especially this one. This one goes right back here. It's a big area. Get through it. We're going to take out 2 trend lines. If not, we go down. I think we get through it. My guess is we get through it. And we get a little pop through that. Same time. Same bad time. Same bad channel. See if we get it going here. If we get through that level, we might see a little rally start here. Well, what's the exact level? Alright, let's take a look here. Do have a 5-minute divergence playing out here, too. Do we have any Mr. Land going on? It seems like things have gotten quiet, huh?
APYX, Apex Medical, getting a pop to the high, $6.31 off Papa Yankee X-ray.
There we go. Mr. Land, that's all I just needed. Music to my ears. The band played on. Tough area here.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Market a big ball of confusion today at the end of the day here. It's kind of going into caterpillar mode here. There's nothing going on. Alright, here comes some selling here. Big level. Again, just want to mark that level off on this. You have this downward trend line, which is really holding us back. Big downward trend line here. That is important. It's kind of an X marks the spot. We have the big level here, which we keep on breaking. Plus, we have this downward trend line. So kind of an X marks the spot. Tough level to get through. If we get through it, all go to the upside. If we don't, all go to the downside. Put a little trend line down, just a little line down here. That represents pretty much the lows right here, right underneath us. The tug of war continues. 5-minute divergence is still setting up.
You are listening to Day Trading Radio. Sign up completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
LA Tesla offering discounts of over $1,300 on some Model 3 cars in U.S. inventory. That from the Tesla website.
There we go, a little pop here now. Let's see how far we go with this. Alright, we got the VWAP way above us still. We got the 200 right here. Market here getting through that level here. When we get through that level, that means something, huh? That means something big time. And that's again a quad rotation setup. I'm not a quad, excuse me, a 5-minute divergence also, right up against the 200. This is where you probably want to take profits into this, unless you think we're going a little bit higher, but this is a good level to watch. I think we get to the VWAP though. VWAP's a bigger level. Alright, let's take, I didn't look at it before. Someone asked me in the YouTube room, was the PNSL here. PSNL. Another Kathy Wood stock. Acting pretty good today, actually. It has been an underperformer. But it's the last few days it's been holding that 214 level. Hasn't been working out too good. I have positions in between $2 and $3, so I'm in here. These are circles. I I didn't buy any today, but I'll circle that because it's showing a little strain.
You are listening to Day Trading
But at this
Radio.
level, I like it at
Sign
this
up
level.
completely for free with no credit card. You can try out all of our services for 10 days at dtr.tv/free. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Market here through the 200 now. And maybe the rally begins here now. Did we just call the exact similar setup from yesterday? We just noticed that and we start to see it happen. Again, look at the 5-minute chart. Yesterday, right at the same time. Downward channel. So what I call a slanted inverted head and shoulders pattern. Right at 2:35. What time is it now? Well, it probably started around 2:35, 2:45 to 2:50. We're breaking through this trend line here. This is a good sign, people. This is a good sign. Good sign. Don't forget, we have you got a special extra little bonus on the sale if you act before the end of the weekend for the Rockbot quad, all the scripts and everything, and the tradeometer and lifetime, and the School of Stock courses, of course, everything. So the audio went bad again? Audio went bad again? I'll fix that. Let's see if I can fix that for you.